A very warm welcome to the Honorable Soipan Tuya, Cabinet Secretary, Environment, Climate Change and Forestry for the Government of Kenya. Mheshimiwa.
Thank you. Excellency, President William Ruto, our host president, all our visiting heads of state here with us today, all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. History documents that Africa, and Kenya in particular, is the cradle of mankind. It is my hope and prayer that out of the cradle of mankind comes the all-time elusive solution to combating climate change. African-led solutions to decarbonize and steer a low-carbon development pathway for the globe. We are gathered here today to make history as the continent of Africa. The world is facing many challenges, but none has become so apparent, so threatening, and so devastating as the threat of climate change. And we can only respond by making history at this inaugural Africa Climate Summit. Everywhere we look in Africa, there is a climate change-related story to tell. For example, in Malawi, Hurricane Freddy led to the loss of 200 people and nearly $2 billion US dollars worth of damage occasioned. Last year, the Horn of Africa came out of one of the worst droughts in decades, where we lost hundreds of lives and thousands of livestock. In fact, for the first time in Kenya, we had to track water for our wildlife in the national parks and reserves. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, although African countries are making every available effort to deal with the vagaries of climate change, our economies are continuing to be weighed down by mounting debts. As we speak, 31 out of the 37 heavily indebted poor countries in the world are in Africa. Over 20 years of climate change negotiations have yielded agreements and promises that have delivered very little for Africa. Instead, the imagery of Africa as a poor continent, a victim, keep dominating the climate negotiations year in, year out. The fact that Africa has historically contributed very little to the global emissions has remained an inconvenient truth, yet receiving no reciprocity from the rest of the world for the contribution we make. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this inaugural Africa Climate Summit presents an opportunity like no other for Africa to change the course of history. Millions of young Africans are looking up to African leaders here to leave them with a promise, a visible promise, to make them feel that there is a future where they have hope to get green jobs, live a dignified life, and thrive. We are looking to the summit to chart a green growth pathway for the African continent, set the stage for Africa to lead the globe towards a more ecologically responsible global industrialization, catalyzed by financing that is accessible, adequate, and affordable. The world is waiting for something anew out of this week. We must not be held hostage to the past, but allow ourselves to reimagine a future where, as Africa, we lift ourselves from the fatigue of despair and make history. Excellencies, I am persuaded that the time is now, and I beseech us to respond to this historical call by proposing radical solutions to the world that will help us deal with the climate change. I invite us to listen to the inner urge calling us to serve humanity, that we go down in history, that it is out of Africa, the cradle of mankind, that the solution for climate change came forth. Excellencies, allow me now to invite, to kick us off, the President of the African Development Bank, who has been in the middle of this discourse and supporting a lot of support to the cause. Welcome, Dr. Adesina Akiwumi.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. Your Excellency, William Ruto, President of Kenya, and our gracious host, and my dear brother. Your Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of Comoros and Chairperson of the African Union. Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government. Your Excellencies, the First Ladies. Your Excellency Moussa Faki, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. We are also joined today by Your Excellency Ban Ki-moon, former Secretary General of the United Nations. Your Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission. Your Excellency Mustafa Madhoudi, Prime Minister of Egypt. Your Excellency Sultan Al-Jaber, COP28 President-designate, honorable ministers, ambassadors, heads of diplomatic missions, the amazing youth and women of Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning, everyone. Habari sa asubuhi. I think I got it right somehow. I wish to commend you, Your Excellency President Ruto, for your excellent leadership in convening this Africa Climate Summit, and for your dynamic and passionate leadership in spearheading Africa's first Climate Summit. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you for hosting us all in this beautiful nature-blessed country of Kenya. The African Development Bank is pleased to be a major sponsor of the Africa Climate Summit. The presence in such large numbers of Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, ministers and development partners from around the world says it all. Africa's voice on climate change will resonate across the world. The Africa Climate Summit will shape the future pathway of Africa's development. We gather because the people of Africa expect us to act. We gather because the future of the youth of Africa is at stake. We gather because we must galvanize global actions on climate. We gather because our collective existence is at risk. Climate change is short-changing Africa. Droughts and floods have been increasing across the continent. No country is spared. As we gather today, if we strain our ears enough, we will hear the calls of urgency from farmers whose crops and livestock are being destroyed, the voices of fishing folks whose catch is reducing and livelihoods are being imperiled, the voices of the young whose future is being compromised, the voices of women and children who bear the brunt of climate change, the voices of economies unable to cope with the ever-rising costs of climate-induced risks. We have a duty and responsibility to hear these voices and to act with a greater sense of urgency. And responding requires action at three levels. At the global level, the developed economies must meet their commitment to provide $100 billion annually in climate finance. The global climate financial architecture must be changed to prioritize the needs of Africa. At the national level, we must accelerate actions on climate adaptation. And that is why the African Development Bank has committed to providing $25 billion towards climate finance by 2025. We have also launched the African Adaptation Acceleration Program, together with the Global Center on Adaptation, the largest climate adaptation program in the world. Africa must develop with what it has, not what it does not have. Africa is blessed with large sources of renewable energy in the world. Renewables from solar, hydro, wind, and geothermal. But we cannot power Africa with potential. We must fully unlock Africa's renewable energy potential. That's why the African Development Bank is implementing a $20 billion desert-to-power program to harness the power of solar and deliver electricity for 250 million people. We must power every home, every school, every hospital, and provide stable, affordable, and reliable power. But we must, Your Excellencies, be pragmatic. Africa must use its natural gas and combine it with renewable resources. The International Energy Agency's analysis shows that doing so would only add 0.5% to global emissions. Give us space to grow. We must ensure that Africa's food and agricultural systems are climate resilient. The African Development Bank's flagship program, Technologies for African Agricultural Transformation, has provided 12 million farmers in 21 countries with climate-resilient agricultural technologies. In Ethiopia, climate-resilient wheat varieties supported by the bank has helped it to become self-sufficient in wheat in just 3 years. We are acting at scale to feed Africa with climate resilience. Under the leadership of President Macky Sall, as the then chairperson of the African Union, and the strong leadership of you, our heads of state and government, we succeeded with the Feed Africa Summit held in Dakar in January. We developed food and agriculture delivery compacts for African countries. We have mobilized, Your Excellency Presidents, heads of state and government, globally, $72 billion to support African countries to implement these food and agricultural delivery compacts and to assure food security and food sovereignty within 5 years, and doing so with climate-resilient agricultural systems. I wish to recognize all development partners from around the world and the African Union Commission who work so tirelessly with us to make this happen. Thank you very much. We will repeat this at the Africa Climate Summit with the development of climate change adaptation investment compacts to help channel financing to national climate adaptation action at scale. We must ensure that resources mobilized do not stay simply in government offices, but reach and protect the lives of people in our villages, in our towns, and in our cities. All lives must be protected from climate change. We must put the youth and women at the core of climate financing. That's why the African Development Bank and the Global Center on Adaptation are announcing here today the launch of a $1 billion facility for Youth Adapt program that will accelerate access to financing for the youth to tackle climate change. The youth are not just the future of Africa, the youth are the present of Africa. The African Development Bank is also rolling out the establishment of youth entrepreneurship investment banks, new financial institutions that will support and grow the businesses of the youth all across Africa. Finally, we must revalue, Your Excellencies, the wealth of Africa by accounting for the proper valuation of its abundant natural resources, including these vast forests that sequester carbon. Few may know that the Congo Forest Basin is the world's largest carbon lungs, larger than the Amazon forest. Yet, Africa's rich nature wealth and the global value of its carbon it sequesters for the world are not accounted for in the estimation of its GDP. It is not enough to praise Africa for its rich natural capital. Its GDP must take that into consideration. Africa's GDP must therefore be revalued based on its carbon sequestration and biodiversity, which provide global public goods. If this is done, the debt to adjusted GDP ratio of several African countries will be much lower, and they will have greater headroom to borrow more financing to support their development, including investing in the greening of their economies. We must, Your Excellencies, therefore, turn Africa's economies green, not because others ask us to do so, but because it is in our interest to do so. Africa must develop its own carbon markets, properly price its carbon, and turn its vast carbon sinks into new sources of enormous wealth. Africa cannot be nature rich and cash poor. As we look towards COP28, Africa's needs must be front and center, powered by the leadership of our heads of state and government, our youth and the private sector, and the voices of our communities. We must be the vuvuzelas of climate financing for Africa. Together with partners from around the world, let's make it happen for Africa. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Gracias. Shukran. Asante sana.
Excellencies, our next speaker is His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, the chairperson of the African Union Commission. Welcome, Your Excellency. A formidable global reputation of peacekeeping, we know you have.
Excellency Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of the Comoros and current Chairman of the African Union, Excellencies, Head of State, Government and Delegation, Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Union Commission, representatives of international organizations, financial institutions, civil society, youth, women, honorable ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. First and foremost, I would like to thank President William Ruto, the government and the people of Kenya for the exceptional hospitality accorded to us since our arrival in this hospitable and green capital, Nairobi. The beautiful and natural environment in this country augurs well for the great success of our climate summit. The organization of this climate summit in such friendly conditions in just 6 months, thanks to the decision of the African Union Summit last February, is striking proof of the excellence of your leadership, dear friend William. I sincerely congratulate you. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, the
recent report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, confirms our fears. Africa is warming faster than the rest of the world. If this phenomenon is not stopped, climate change will continue to have a serious negative impact on the growth of African economies. Agricultural productivity has been reduced by 34% between 1961, since 1961, due to climate change, more than any other region. Hence, it will have an unbearable pressure on the food systems in Africa. African countries thus face disproportionate burdens and risks arising from unpredictable weather patterns, particularly prolonged droughts and devastating floods at all levels. Massive humanitarian crises provoke detrimental impacts on economies, health, education, peace and security, and other related risks. For example, the season 2022-2023, about 18 million people have been affected by drought in the Horn of Africa alone. Recently, Tropical Cyclone Fred has affected more than 1.2 million of people and caused the death of more than 700 people. It is also estimated that between 2019 and 2023, the economic loss as a result of disasters in Africa is between 20 and 35.5 billion American dollars. This gloomy list is not exhaustive. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change has spared no sector. It is to be recalled that Africa has around 400 million who do not have access to clean drinking water, and about 700 million do not have access to a very good sanitation. And this also indicates, experts indicate that there is a gap, a financing gap of 11 to 20 billion dollars. So we are obviously on the verge of seeing climate degradation. It is not the only factor, and it would be wrong not to integrate this in our global analysis of the negative factors, including governance, which is at the very center. I do not want to yield to pessimism. And in the general, it is, however, fortunate that in the table we have some beacons and favorable indicators. I cannot help reminding that 600 million people do not have access to electricity, and 200 million of them do not have access to clean cooking and are exposed to all respiratory problems and diseases due to smoke. And because of climate change, we have problems in our infrastructure, and we need to develop profitable infrastructure and spend at least $160 billion per year. Indeed, it is encouraging to note that the African governments have devoted about 3.5% of their GDP to the development of infrastructure over the past 20 years. It is too little compared to some emerging countries. China and India, for example, devote 7.7 and 5.2% of their GDP, respectively, in infrastructure. We can thus see in which direction efforts have to be made. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this summit affords us an excellent opportunity to translate the climate ambitions of Africa into investment opportunities, to consolidate our voices on matters on burning issues of climate change, to prepare for the UN Climate Summit and for COP28 in the United Arab Emirates. At these meetings of global importance, Africa must, among other challenges, highlight the worrying and sometimes tragic situation in the Sahel, in the Horn of Africa, where drought and floods alternate. In the Congo River Basin, with dangerous deforestation and the disastrous consequences of cyclones in southern Africa and in the island states. It is urgent that Africa come to all these meetings with concrete proposals to be implemented without delay. I strongly reiterate my call to come to the next two meetings with precise proposals without drowning them in literature and the usual litany on the imperative need for collective justice for Africa, where responsibility is very limited in the pollution of the world, with an inversely proportional share of the volume of global investment in the field of environment. This call for a restoration of justice for Africa would benefit from being supported by a real reform of the global financial architecture, for which a high-level panel is rightly devoted at this summit. Obviously, this reform must resolutely focus on the financial organs and structures, institutions which structure the universe, which operate far from Africa. In this desired reform, a question comes to mind: the weight of the debt and the financing gap of the SDGs. Africa alone represented a need of $1.3 billion per year for sustainable development needs by 2030, while the financing needs for SDGs in the same period were $2.5 billion for financing developing countries. Everyone knows that the public debt stock in sub-Saharan Africa at the end of 2023 was estimated at $1.1 trillion out of 650 billion SDRs mobilized. Africa received only 33 billion, which is only 4.5%. In view of these staggering figures and many others, it is clear that there is no relevant global intervention in favor of Africa without a credible solution for the crippling debt challenge of Africa. To aid the struggle, which include financing adaptation, $100 billion per year, Africa has galvanized its will in its common position through a momentum unifying African voices, and it will be a central point of our agenda in G20 as soon as we join it. However, in this struggle, Africa cannot just be satisfied with incantation. Just like for its independence, it is a challenge to rely on its own personal efforts, on its own genius, the quality and its virtues of bold, imaginative, united and interdependent leadership. I wish you full success to our deliberations. I thank you very much. Asante sana.
Excellencies, we are overwhelmed by the support that we have received for the summit, and we want to listen to each and every one of us. So I would like to plead with Your Excellencies that we stick to the agreed 5 minutes so that we can have everybody speaking to this. Next, Excellencies, out of COP27 in Egypt was the establishment of a loss and damage fund and the finalization of the details to implement the Santiago network. It was also the first time food security was recognized in the COP conversations. The Arab Republic of Egypt was the COP27 presidency, and it is my honor now to invite His Excellency Mustafa Madbouli, the Prime Minister of Egypt. Welcome, Your Excellency.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. فخامة الرئيس ويليام روتو رئيس جمهورية كينيا.
Président du Kenya, distingués invités, distingués présidents, mesdames et messieurs, je veux tout d'abord
تحيات فخامة الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي.
Abdel Fattah el-Sisi, président de la République arabe d'Égypte. Il m'est un grand privilège de participer au nom de l'Égypte à cette réunion de haut niveau. Je félicite Son Excellence
لا سيما وإنه يأتي بعد أشهر قليلة من نجاح مصر وقارتنا الأفريقية في استضافة أكبر مؤتمر للأمم المتحدة لتغير المناخ، بل وفي تاريخ العمل متعدد الأطراف حتى الآن. السيدات والسادة الحضور، تأتي قمتنا اليوم في الوقت الذي يشهد فيه
moment critique de notre monde et en particulier le continent africain qui témoigne la fréquence
من موجات جفاف بالقرن الأفريقي ومنطقة الساحل إلى حرائق غابات بالمغرب العربي، ومن أعاصير قاتلة بالجنوب الأفريقي إلى زيادة في درجات حرارة المحيطات وارتفاع سطح البحر بشواطئ مصر والدول الأفريقية المتوسطية، وكلها تؤثر بصورة مباشرة في استدامة المعيشة وتمثل ضغوطا جديدة ومتزايدة على مجتمعاتنا وعلى بلداننا الأفريقية. ولذلك فإن مصر ومن منطلق التزامها بالمساهمة الفعالة في الجهد الدولي لمواجهة والتعامل مع التغيرات المناخية عملت بشكل حثيث على الخروج بنتائج ملموسة في مؤتمر شرم الشيخ تسهم في الانتقال إلى مرحلة التنفيذ الفعلية عبر تسريع وتيرة تنفيذ الإجراءات والمشروعات على أرض الواقع، وتتعامل مع مطالب الدول النامية بتحقيق العدالة المناخية وتعزيز الجهد الدولي للتحول العادل والسريع للاقتصاد منخفض الانبعاثات والقادر على التعامل مع آثار تغير المناخ. وحرصت مصر كرئيس للمؤتمر على أن تكون شرم الشيخ محطة هامة لتسليط الضوء على خصوصية الاحتياجات والظروف الأفريقية في سياق الاستجابة للخطر الوجودي لتغير المناخ. وفي ذات السياق يأتي مؤتمرنا اليوم ليؤكد التزام قارتنا الأفريقية بتحقيق التحول العادل للاقتصاد الأخضر، ويدعم المطالب المشروعة بالحصول على نصيب عادل من الدعم المالي والتقني ومن تدفقات الاستثمارات الدولية، بما يسمح بالاستفادة من الإمكانيات الهائلة والموارد المتميزة في قارتنا، ليس فقط لتمويل مشروعات خفض الانبعاثات ولكن أيضا لمشروعات التكيف وبناء القدرة على الصمود، وبالإضافة إلى توفير دعم الدول النامية لمواجهة الخسائر والأضرار المرتبطة بالمناخ. وأؤكد في هذا الصدد على الدور الهام والمحوري الذي تقوم به لجنة رؤساء الدول والحكومات الأفريقية ومجلس وزراء البيئة الأفارقة ومجموعة المفاوضين الأفارقة في تسليط الضوء على أولوياتنا في مواجهة تغير المناخ وتبعاته. السيدات والسادة، يقع محور التوسع في الطاقة النظيفة ومصادر الطاقة الجديدة والمتجددة في قلب النموذج التنموي الجديد، وهو ما رحبت به دول القارة وترجمته في تعهداتها الوطنية بالتوسع في الطاقة المتجددة. وتحفل قارتنا بالأمثلة المبشرة والملهمة، بما في ذلك مصر التي وصلت لنحو 20% من إنتاج الطاقة من المصادر المتجددة، ساعية إلى الوصول إلى 42% بحلول عام 2030. وفي هذا الإطار أود الإشادة بالرؤية التي طرحتها الرئاسة الإماراتية لمؤتمر كوب 28 من خلال معالي الدكتور سلطان الجابر حول مستقبل الانتقال للطاقة المتجددة، وسيكون لها دور بالتأكيد في إنجاح مخرجات مؤتمر كوب 28 وتلبيته لتوقعات أفريقيا والعالم النامي. السادة الحضور، يظل النفاذ للتمويل هو عنق الزجاجة الذي يواجه أفريقيا والدول النامية من أجل تحويل خططها وأحلامها إلى واقع معاش يسهم في معالجة الأزمة المناخية، وفي نفس الوقت لا يمس بمسيرتها التنموية أو يثقل من ديونها. ويمثل اجتماعنا هذا فرصة ممتازة لتناول موضوعات تمويل المناخ، وتتمحور رؤية مصر في هذا الصدد حول العناصر التالية. أولا، ضرورة إعادة النظر في أدوات التمويل المتاحة حاليا والتحول إلى التمويل الميسر والمنح لتسريع وتيرة التحول المطلوب. ثانيا، أهمية مراجعة معايير تدفق الاستثمارات لضمان حصول القارة الأفريقية على نصيبها العادل من التمويل. ثالثا، التأكيد على أن تمويل المناخ وهو تمويل جديد وإضافي وليس سحبا من مخصصات الدعم التنموي. رابعا، ضرورة العمل على تفعيل آلية واحدة وفعالة ومناسبة لإعادة استخدام الديون الحالية من خلال آلية فعالة لتحويل الديون إلى تمويل المناخ. وفي هذا السياق نتطلع لأن يمثل مؤتمر دبي المقبل اختراقاً في تنفيذ تعهد الدول المتقدمة بتوفير 100 مليار دولار سنوياً لتمويل المناخ الذي لم يتم إدراكه رغم كونه ليس أكثر من التزام رمزي بالمسؤولية التاريخية المشتركة ومتباينة الأعباء. ختاماً، فإنني أود إعادة التأكيد على أن طبيعة قضية تغير المناخ والتعامل معها لا يكون إلا من خلال منظور تعاوني قائم على تعزيز النظام متعدد الأطراف يؤسس على الإنصاف والعدالة ومراعاة الظروف الوطنية للدول. وأنتهز هذه الفرصة للثناء على ما طرحته جمهورية كينيا الشقيقة من عناصر ورؤية لصياغة نقاشاتنا في الأيام القادمة، ولأجدد التأكيد على دعم جمهورية مصر العربية الكامل بصفتها الوطنية وكرئيس للدورة الحالية لمؤتمر الأمم المتحدة للمناخ للنسخة المقبلة بدبي تحت رئاستها الإماراتية، التي نثق تماما في قدرتها والتزامها بالبناء على نتائج شرم الشيخ وإدراك المزيد من النتائج الإيجابية. وشكرا لحضراتكم.
Your Excellency, Excellencies, Africa is Europe's closest neighbor and our sister continent. Our geopolitics therefore concern each other. Europe and Africa have close economic, cultural, and geographical ties. To speak for the European Commission, I would now take this opportunity to invite Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, the European Union President. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, dear President Ruto, for hosting this Africa Climate Summit. And thank you very much for your leadership on climate action ever since you took office. I very much welcome Kenya's Climate Change Act 2023 that was launched during this summit and that puts strong emphasis on carbon markets. We fully support you on this important topic. Presidents, Prime Ministers, fellow leaders, excellencies, I want to greet my colleague Moussa Faki, Chairman of the African Union. I want to greet the President Assoumani from the Comoros. I want to greet Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, President of the COP28, my fellow leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I am deeply honored to participate in this discussion. This summit is a crucial step to prepare the upcoming COP28 meeting and to make sure that Africa's voice resonates around the world and that Africa's priorities as a continent that is most affected by climate change are duly taken on board. Today, I'm here not only to listen to you, but also to bring Europe's offer to be your ally at COP28 and to work together on all issues on the agenda. Because however different our two continents may look, we share the same interests when it comes to climate action. We hear you, President Ruto, and dear friends, when you say that Africa's first priority is to grow your economy, yes, and lift as many people as possible out of poverty. Yes, you're so right. Climate action is part of the solution. You are part of the solution. With your huge potential for renewable energy and clean hydrogen, your critical raw materials, your incredible nature and biodiversity, and your young workforce, You can help clean up global energy systems and supply chains while creating good jobs here and economic opportunities that your people demand, rightly so. This is a win-win partnership which benefits Africa and the world. For instance, the benefits of expanding Africa's clean energy sector would be massive. By speeding up the transition to solar and wind power, energy sector jobs in Africa could double in a few years. And Africa could produce enough clean energy not only to power up your continent, but also to export abroad. Climate action can be one of the main drivers of Africa's growth. But for this, Africa needs massive investment. And Europe wants to be your partner, in closing this investment gap. First of all, we fully support the need for multilateral development bank reform. It is time to move from words to action, absolutely. Secondly, investment has to come. And this is why 150 billion euro in our investment plan are designated for Africa. We call it Global Gateway. They are aimed at the African continent. Global Gateway supports investments ranging from hydropower plants in the DRC, Burundi, Rwanda, and Tanzania, to the 1 billion euro initiative on climate adaptation and resilience in Africa, which we announced at COP27. And Global Gateway is unique in the global investment landscape. We're not only interested in extracting resources. We want to partner with you to create local value chains, to create good jobs here in Africa. We want to share European technology with you. We want to invest in skills for local workers. This is crucial for the young people, because the stronger you are as suppliers, the more Europe will diversify supply chains towards Africa, and the more we both will de-risk our economies. It's a clear win-win. Namibia, for instance, is now building a new hydrogen industry, as well as rare materials value chains in partnership with Europe. And later this morning, President Ruto and I will conclude a new hydrogen partnership between Kenya and the European Union, with the objective to further develop the green hydrogen economy. And with the full support of Team Europe, this is good news for Africa and for Europe alike. So we should work very closely as partner. Yet, public money from major economies, however crucial, is not enough. And this is why we need to bring the conversation on climate financing to the global stage at COP28. Let me briefly share 3 specific points that will be discussed here in Nairobi to pave the way towards COP28. First, on attracting private investment to Africa. Second, on carbon pricing and carbon credits. And third, on setting global targets for the energy transition. On the first point, the green transition will require an unprecedented scale of private investment. Public finance will not suffice. This is true for Europe, but it is also true for emerging market and developing economies. Private capital will need to be mobilized at scale. And here, green bonds are widely recognized as providing part of the solution. This is why we just put forward a new proposal to attract private investment. It's called Global Green Bonds Initiative. We know that emerging economies can face hurdles to access capital markets, but we can change that together. Europe has the biggest and most advanced green bond market in the world, So we are ready to share our expertise with your teams on how to develop your own green bond markets. And at the same time, we will push on the investor side. Together with the European Investment Bank and our member states, we are allocating 1 billion euros to de-risk private investments in emerging markets. This could help to attract up to 20 billion euros in sustainable investment. So, let's work together on that to build and grow Africa's green bond markets, and let us bring together this crucial point to COP28. There's another solution that would unlock huge resources for climate action in Africa, and that is carbon pricing and true carbon credits. And this is my second point. I believe, as you do, President Ruto, that setting a price on carbon emissions is one of the most efficient and one of the most effective tools in our hands, because it fosters innovation by the private sector, that's crucial, because it makes heavy polluters pay a fair price, that is necessary, and because it creates revenues that can support the clean transition in developing countries. That's what we need. And this includes also to include the carbon sinks that have been mentioned, and you are rich in carbon sinks here, and to reward this contribution. We have to get there. We will discuss this in more detail in the next session, so let us work together to bring a proposal for global carbon pricing and true carbon credits at COP28. And finally, on global energy goals, if we are to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees, we have to speed up the global energy transition. That means if we want to match our goals, we need to triple renewable energy capacity, and we need to double energy efficiency by 2030. This sounds bold, but it is doable. If we step up global investment in renewables, this would make clean energy more affordable for all countries, including here in Africa. And this is why COP28 President Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber and I champion an initiative for global targets for the energy transition to be achieved collectively. Because only what gets measured gets done. So, the global goals will provide a benchmark to track the progress and to attract even more private investment. So, I look forward to working with you on this and much, much more. I hope that Africa and Europe will join forces to reach a global agreement at COP28. Ladies and gentlemen, these three proposals may look bold. They may look impossible to achieve. But in the beautiful words of Nelson Mandela, who said, "It always seems impossible until it's done." We have a huge responsibility to fight climate change for the good of our children, for the good of our grandchildren. And I wrote down these beautiful words of the African youth yesterday. Our countries are burning and drowning. As you're not here to save us, we have to trust you now. So, my friends, let's reward the trust of these young people and show responsibility. Let's join forces for COP28. Many thanks. I feel so honored for being invited. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Excellencies, the Nairobi African Leaders Declaration on Climate Change and Call to Action, which we hope that we will get from you, Excellencies, tomorrow, will take a tour of the United Nations Secretary General Summit, then eventually to the UAE for COP28. What better way to start preparing the way for the declaration than by having the COP28 President-designate, Dr. Sultan Al-Jaber, the COP28 President-designate, to address this summit. Dr. Al-Jaber is the Minister of Industry and Advanced Technology of the United Arab Emirates. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, President Ruto, Secretary General Guterres, Your Excellencies, Heads of States, Your Excellencies, Heads of Governments, Your Excellencies, distinguished ministers, honored guests, colleagues, and dear friends. It is indeed my pleasure to be back here in Nairobi and to have the opportunity to share with you my thoughts at this inaugural Africa Climate Summit, where Africa is evidently championing a new vision for climate action. We're gathering here in Nairobi just 3 days before the UNFCCC releases the findings of the first global stocktake. And let's just face it, we already know that the world is way off track, and we know what this report will actually say and what it will conclude. The world is losing the race to secure the goals of the Paris Agreement. And the world is struggling to keep 1.5 within reach. Collectively, we must admit that we are not delivering the results we need in the time we need them. We must also accept that business as usual is simply not working, and that business as usual will not allow for a paradigm shift. We need a smart, pragmatic disruption. We need an integrated approach that delivers transformational progress. And we need a plan that leaves no one behind. That is why I have been and I continue on calling on all parties to unite around a plan of action that is fully inclusive, a plan of action that fast-tracks a just, responsible, orderly, and well-managed energy transition, a plan that will focus on people, lives, and livelihoods, and a plan that will finally fix climate finance. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa contributes just 3% of global emissions. Yet, we all know that it suffers some of the worst consequences. Droughts, floods, and failed harvests have exposed 1/5 of Africa's people to hunger, tripled the number of people displaced in the last 3 years, and is dragging down Africa's GDP growth by at least 5% every year. But there is also another narrative that unfortunately is overlooked and in a big way undermined and underestimated, and that needs to get out there. And that is Africa is also a beacon of hope, filled with potential and a global example of what pro-climate and nature-positive development should and must look like. Ethiopia's Green Legacy Initiative is enhancing food security and stimulating green jobs across the Horn of Africa. The country's of the Congo Basin are protecting vital rainforests and helping preserve the world's natural carbon sinks. Kenya is closing on its goal of 100% clean energy by 2030. And the number of sub-Saharan countries in Africa with significant installed solar power has grown 6 times in the last 5 years. This great continent is rich in the resources that can help not just Africa, but the entire world transition to a zero carbon and high growth future. That said, we first need to deal with some realities, and we must accept to come to terms with these facts. Almost half of Africa's population still have no access to electricity. Almost 1 billion people lack clean cooking fuels, and this energy gap will only increase as Africa's population grows. These basic energy needs must be met, and meeting them with low carbon, nature-positive solutions will meet Africa's development and climate goals at the same time. And the key to making this happen is, of course, finance, and finance, and finance. This finance must be made available. This must be made accessible, and this finance must be made affordable. According to the African Development Bank, $250 billion annually is required to meet Africa's climate finance needs. Africa only receives 12% of that amount, and less than 2% of that is going to adaptation. We can all agree that this is neither just or equitable. We must agree that it is a big missed opportunity. The World Bank estimates that every dollar spent on climate adaptation brings an average of $4 in benefits. It simply makes sense for Africa to get a fairer share of global climate finance. That is why I am calling on donor countries to close out the $100 billion pledge they made over a decade ago and to replenish the Green Climate Fund. I will continue to press on these issues. I am also calling on donors to double adaptation finance by 2025, and for all parties to transform the global goal on adaptation from theory and text into real action and tangible results. We also need early pledges for the Loss and Damage Fund to help vulnerable countries recover from severe climate impacts that they already are exploring and experiencing. What was promised in Sharm el-Sheikh must be delivered in Dubai. We can no longer accept pledges and announcements without clear roadmaps of implementation. In parallel, we must upgrade our financial architecture. We need a complete upgrade. In fact, we need a surgical intervention of the global financial architecture that was built for a completely different era. IFIs and MDBs must step up, and they must up their game. They need to raise concessional capital and lower debt burdens. They need to attract and leverage private capital at a multiple, and the multilateral, public, and private sectors need to mesh together and work as true partners to accelerate the delivery of practical solutions and real impactful projects on the ground. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the United Arab Emirates has applied this model of genuine partnership to invest in clean energy projects in 70 countries around the world. We have always chosen to meet global challenges by building bridges and working with like-minded partners on solutions in the pursuit of progress and sustainable development. That is why I am pleased to answer the call made by African leaders to seize the opportunity of green growth. And today, it is my true honor to announce a new initiative between the United Arab Emirates and Africa that aims to unlock Africa's capacity for sustainable prosperity. Your Excellencies, the Abu Dhabi Fund for Development, Etihad Credit Insurance, Masdar, the Abu Dhabi Future Energy Company, and EMEA Power will join with Africa 50 as a strategic partner under the guidance of the UAE and African leadership to develop 15 gigawatt of clean power by 2030. Working together, we will deploy, and by working together, we will deploy 4.5 billion US dollars that will catalyze at least an additional 12.5 billion US dollars from multilateral public and private sources. It is our ambition that this will launch a new transformative partnership to jumpstart a pipeline of bankable clean energy projects in this very important continent. This initiative will target countries with clear transition plans, robust regulatory frameworks, and a real commitment to putting the necessary grid infrastructure in place. It will clearly demonstrate the commercial case for clean energy investments across this very important continent. This initiative is designed to work with Africa and for Africa. It will act as a scalable model that can and should be replicated. And it will support COP28's global goal of tripling renewable energy by 2030. And here, let me take the opportunity to thank His Excellency, the President of Kenya, and his government, and the African Union Commission and the EU Presidency for championing this goal alongside COP28. It's through their leadership that they are choosing a path that makes economic and climate sense at the same time. And let me extend an open invitation to all Africa's leaders to join us at COP28 to help mark a new, ambitious era for Africa's sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, as COP28 approaches, I am determined that it is a turning point that delivers for everyone, everywhere. We don't want to leave anyone behind. Climate change is a global fight, and it demands a global solution. If Africa loses, we all lose. And if Africa succeeds, we all succeed. Progress for one is progress for all. Let's unite, act, and deliver to turn the rhetoric into real results. Let's turn pledges into tangible projects on the ground. And let's launch a new and optimistic future that puts the world on a climate-positive pathway and offers an opportunity for all to prosper. I thank you all, and I look forward to receiving you at COP28. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Excellencies, the Nairobi Declaration, like I indicated, will find itself to the UN General Assembly And we are happy to have with us the UN Secretary General, His Excellency Antonio Guterres, who is both a politician and a diplomat who will guide the discussions and midwife the contents of our declaration to find itself into UN resolutions. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellency, dear President William Ruto, thank you very much for your initiative, your enthusiasm, and your leadership that brought us together. Asante Sana. Excellencies, friends, an injustice burns at the heart of the climate crisis, and its flame is scorching hopes and possibilities here in Africa. This continent accounts for less than 4% of global emissions, yet it suffers some of the worst effects of rising global temperatures. Extreme heat, ferocious floods, and tens of thousands dead from devastating droughts. The blow inflicted on development is all around, with growing hunger and displacement, shattered infrastructure, systems stretched to the limit, all aggravated by climate chaos not of your making. It is still possible to avoid the worst effects of climate change, but only with a quantum leap in climate action. The people of Africa and people everywhere need action to respond to deadly climate extremes. First, we need far greater climate ambition, with countries hitting fast forward and massively accelerating action to limit temperature rises and impacts. And the largest emitters must lead the charge, in line with my climate solidarity pact and acceleration agenda. And here, from a low-emitting continent, Africa, I make a very strong appeal to the large emitters, the G20 countries responsible for 80% of the emissions that will be meeting this week in Delhi. Assume your responsibilities. Developed countries must commit to reaching net zero emissions as close as possible to 2040, and large emerging economies as close as possible to 2050, with support from developed countries to do so. And it's time to break our addiction to fossil fuels and invest in a just and equitable transition. We need to see credible plans to exit coal by 2030 for OECD countries and by 2040 for the rest of the world. And we need ambitious renewable energy goals in line with 1.5-degree limit. And we must bring affordable electricity to everyone on Earth, and particularly in Africa, while simultaneously reaching net zero electricity by 2035 in developed countries and 2040 elsewhere. Second, reaching these targets requires climate justice. Developed countries must present a clear and credible roadmap to double adaptation finance by 2025 as a first step towards devoting at least half of all climate finance to adaptation. And they must also keep their promise to provide $100 billion a year to developing countries for climate support and fully replenish the Green Climate Fund. And all countries must also operationalize the Loss and Damage Fund proposed at COP28 this year. Every person on Earth must be covered by an early warning system by 2027 by implementing the action plan we launched last year. And 6 out of every 10 Africans currently lack access to these systems. The early warning for all Africa action plan launched yesterday under the leadership of the African Union will be critical to addressing these needs. And more broadly, we need a course correction in the global financial system so that it supports accelerated climate action in the context of sustainable development. And we can't achieve one without the other. And this means an international financial system that is able to provide an effective debt relief mechanism that supports payment suspensions, longer lending terms, lower rates. And it means recapitalizing and changing the business model of multilateral development banks so they can massively leverage private finance at affordable rates to help developing countries build truly sustainable economies. The global financial system must be reformed to be an ally of developing countries as they turbocharge the just and equitable green transition that leaves no one behind. Which brings me to my third point, making Africa a world leader in renewable energy and green growth. This continent is rich in renewable energy potential. Africa is home to 30% of the mineral reserves that are critical to renewable and low-carbon technologies like solar power, electric vehicles, and battery storage. Of course, we must not repeat the mistakes of the past. To truly benefit all Africans, the production and trade of these critical minerals must be sustainable, transparent, and just across every link of the supply chain, with maximum added value produced within African countries. African leadership is also helping to generate innovative green economies anchored in renewable power. From the greater Horn of Africa, where over 85% of electricity generation comes from renewables, including massive hydropower projects in Ethiopia, Kenya, and Sudan, to wind and solar projects in Egypt, Algeria, Tunisia, and Morocco, to Mozambique, which gets nearly 100% of its energy from green and sustainable sources, to the increased installation of large-scale solar projects, including in South Sudan. At the same time, Africa is home to 60% of the world's best solar resources, but only 2% of global investments in renewable energy over the last 2 decades. Now is the time to bring together African countries with developed countries, financial institutions, and technological companies to create a true African renewable energy alliance. With adequate access to financial resources at reasonable cost and technological support, renewables could dramatically boost economies, grow new industries, create jobs, and drive development, including by reaching the over 600 million Africans living without access to power. Renewable energy could be the African miracle, but we must make it happen. We must all work together for Africa to become a renewable energy superpower. Excellencies, friends, just as the injustice of climate change burns fiercely here in Africa, so do the opportunities. I'm convinced that Africa can be at the heart of a renewable future. The summit and the solutions being discussed here represent a big step forward, but our countries must not be alone in this journey. At the end of this month, I will hold, on the way to COP28, a Climate Ambition Summit to summon the world's attention and committed action to climate change and the need to support developing countries as they transition to a renewable future. Ambition in mitigation must be in parallel with ambition in climate justice. Now is the time for all countries to stand as one in defense of our only home. Let's deliver the climate justice that Africans, the world, and the planet we share demand and deserve. Asante sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellencies, it is the African Union Summit in February that approved the co-hosting of this summit by Kenya and the AU Commission. And to speak to us next on his aspirations for the summit, let us welcome His Excellency President Azali Assoumani, President of the Comoros and the Chairperson of the African Union. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Kila mtu anapawa, hata Maulana hajawahi kutugawa, tulichafuta amani.
Excellences, Monsieur Ahmed Abako, Dr. William Ruto, Président de la République du Kenya, Monsieur Antonio Guterres, Secretary General,
Your Excellency Guterres, General Secretary of UN, Mr. Faki, President of Commission of AU, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, heads of international organizations, and distinguished guests. All protocols are observed. Salam alaikum wa barakatuh. At this time, all the eyes are on us, the African continent, united here to discuss at the highest level, thinking on the issue of climate. For this, we think that we are going to succeed here in this beautiful capital city of Nairobi to come up with a new impulse to the dynamics in order to fight against the effects of climate change in our planet village. This is an opportunity for me, first of all, to thank and sincerely thank our brother Ahmed Abako, William Ruto, for his commitment for sustainable and harmonious development. I would also like to thank the people and the government of Kenya for brotherly reception that we enjoyed since we are right here in this beautiful country, and for their hospitality that we enjoy here in Nairobi. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, when we see what our planet has been undergoing, we have seen devastating effect on our societies, on our economies, on our ecosystem, on our diversity in general. According to the intergovernmental experts working on climate, the world temperature is increasing. It has been increasing since 1990, and we cannot say that this is negligence, but it is the fact that we are not taking into account on this problem, and also the weak action in order to fight this effect. Therefore, we need to intensify our actions because of the effects which are dramatic on our continent, even if we are only responsible for only less than 4% for greenhouse emission. The island states like the Comoro Union, we are experiencing this, and we are not well equipped in order to fight all this. Despite all these challenges, Africa should go ahead and carry out its ambitions as written in policies and strategies at the national and regional level, and also from the contribution at the national level. Therefore, the organization of this summit on climate in this beautiful country has come at the right time so that we can come up with a conventional approach between the countries of the north and the countries of the south by highlighting the shared responsibility through dialogue in order to come up with solutions that are shared. For this, Africa should make profit from this organization so that we can come up with innovative, inclusive, and sustainable solutions by us and for us, and also define the collaboration for concrete climate action on this planet. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable participants, the continent is impacted by negative natural impacts. For example, Comoros, we undergo almost every year a lot of damages and losses from the earthquake, tropical cyclones and earthquakes, and we lose every year almost $5.7 million. My country, we have carried out programs in order to do the adaptation and mitigation. For mitigation of energy, energy is an important potential by using renewable energy, air energy, photovoltaic energy, in order to produce electricity and reduce the use of firewood in homes and industries. And for our plan of 2030 that we have adopted, our ambition is to make Comoros by 2030 a resilient country to the shocks on all dimensions of sustainable development. As far as adaptation is concerned, for Comoros and other African countries, agriculture sector has been impacted by COVID and the war in Ukraine. That's why it is very important, because we have seen the repercussion of this, and aggravated by the food crisis that we have experienced, we have been experiencing on the continent. Therefore, we have to take the opportunity of this summit so that we can identify the actions that we can put in place in order to come up with a food system that is sustainable and resilient, in order to guarantee our means of subsistence, and this should be sustainable. We should privilege social actions, innovation, and resilience, and come up with sustainable agriculture methods, protecting our natural resources, our health, and our climate. Protection of our resources, air and water resources, should be also at the center of our concern. That is why the Moroni Declaration from the Ministerial Conference on Blue Economy and Climate Conference in Africa, this was organized in collaboration with the African Union Commission and UNSCA and the International Commission for Nature and the Indian Commission. They highlighted the work of climate and recognizing the role of seas and oceans in adaptation and mitigation. For this, we call upon the island states of Africa in the negotiations by highlighting their geographical specificity and their vulnerability from extreme events and different environment crises that we've been experiencing. We call upon for the support in order to have sustainable blue economy, generating employment, and come up with a new partnership through reinforcing cooperation of partnership and collaboration. We suggest in this case that the financial aid should be increased. $86 billion given to Africa is very weak in order to support the current costs. We plead again to come up with mechanisms of funding because of damages and losses, coming up with facilities for all the vulnerable African countries, especially the island countries which are developing. It's also important for us Africans to think about the need to own the modern technologies specializing in surveilling climates in order to alert in time our people when extreme events are about to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, to summarize, I can say that the world threat of climate change and the effect of environment is going to exacerbate the complex nature of the world, which affects women and youth in a disproportionate manner. I would like to say that the Declaration of Nairobi will certainly express our African solidarity, to speak with one voice, to express our African specificities. I am confident that we'll come with the true solutions to the big continental and world challenges that we will also defend at the COP28 that will take place in Republic Arab Emirates. And they need our support through the personal commitment of its President Sheikh Nahdet Al Nahyan, through innovative technology in order to fight effectively against climate change. Asante sana. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Excellencies, now to cap for us this opening session is the chairperson, the Committee of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change, and also the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency William Samoei Ruto. Welcome, Your Excellency.
Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished participants, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to Kenya. This African moment is a global moment where climate action is actually green growth. I am delighted to be here with you for a number of reasons. First, I am excited to participate in this summit as a scientist who has done some research on ecological impacts of human activity on fragile and precious ecosystems, including rivers and wetlands. I am also privileged to be leading the Kenyan delegation to the Africa Climate Summit. And besides, I have the honor for the time being of serving the young green continent of the future as the chair of CAHOST, the Committee of African Heads of State on Climate Change. And for hosting this event with my good brothers from the AU. And I dare say, this conversation is happening in the right city, where the UN has the global environmental capital, where we have UNEP. I am therefore highly encouraged by your strong response for our invitation to attend and participate in this inaugural transformative Continental Assembly convened to focus on climate action from the standpoint of generating African solutions to global challenges. The participation in the numerous events that make up this summit has so far demonstrated impressive commitment, extraordinary enthusiasm, exemplary motivation, and unparalleled determination to confront the problems, clarify issues, engage inclusively, and define a unique strategy platform for the implementation of bold interventions to catalyze progress in the global climate action agenda. I welcome you to Nairobi, our burgeoning and sleepless green city in the sun that is bounded by a national wildlife park and a close canopy of indigenous forest. In between, our capital pulsates with the restless energy of community, enterprise, industry, innovation, learning, fun, and adventure. Please, feel at home and find time to enjoy the sights and sounds of our city and country. And when I say welcome home, it's both figuratively, but also in reality. I did say yesterday, I did inform the participants yesterday that Kenya, where you are sitting, a few kilometers from where you are sitting, has been discovered the earliest remains of man on Earth. And it means that before you guys went all over the place in Africa, Europe, and America, and the rest of the world, we all began from here. And therefore, it is correct for me to tell you, welcome home. And while you are away, these are the greetings, just so that you find your way around. Jambo is the greetings. Maybe, and when somebody else tells you Jambo, you reply Jambo. It's simple. Jambo. Good. I will take you one more step. When you want to say, how are you? You say Mambo. Simple. And then the reply is Poa. Okay, let's go. Mambo. Good. There you go. So I'm sure you'll find your way around with that. Africa is a very young continent. Our median age is 19. Africa's youthfulness is precisely the attribute that has inspired African leaders to imagine a future where Africa finally steps into the stage as an economic and industrial power, an effective and positive actor on a global arena. I am very proud because of this realization, and it has motivated Africa's leaders to create meaningful opportunities for young people to participate in, contribute to, and take charge of consequential endeavors in many sectors. This bold policy is already transforming the strategic landscape of climate action and is swiftly propelling our continent to a focal point of global sustainability agenda. On Sunday, at the Youth Summit, we saw for ourselves the immensity of the potential that we can unleash simply by facilitating positive youth action at all levels in every sector. Potential and opportunity are both futuristic propositions. The African Climate Summit has been designed to enable us locate our intense engagements and the most energized discourse in order to facilitate imaginative, problem-solving, and innovative interventions that are bold enough to meet the critical challenges of the present and future times. This is why potential, opportunity, the future, and youth are recurrent themes that underlie our interactions in this summit. We have convened here to consult, deliberate, and collaborate in imagining and designing the future of climate action globally and its implications for African aspirations to achieve shared prosperity within one generation. This summit is dedicated exclusively to the transformation of potential into opportunity, the conversion of ideas into actions, and the turning of plans into results. It is about creating a firm consensus, designing effective strategies, securing commitments, and forging transformative partnerships that will drive climate action in the direction and at the rate required to pull our continent and planet back from the brink of a climate disaster. The urgency of this moment is informed by the knowledge that climate change is the greatest challenge, not only to the well-being of humanity, but to every existence of life on Earth, and that only urgent and coordinated action on a global scale can stop the impending catastrophe by lowering greenhouse gas emissions and reducing their concentration in the atmosphere. This is an immense and formidable challenge, even at the best of times. However, the time we are in, and in which we must implement this urgent and daunting undertaking, is a complicated and difficult time for nations throughout the world. Regional conflict with geopolitical ramifications have compounded the disruptive impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic to throw global supply chains into disarray, slowing down economies, raising the cost of living, suppressing economic growth, and straining food systems to a breaking point. The complex interplay of these circumstances also combine with other localized vulnerabilities to drive adversity in many communities, placing intense pressure on governments to reconfigure resources, allocation, and other strategic interventions. In short, it would be understandable if African leaders prioritized other commitments and relegated climate action to an afterthought. This is why I proudly celebrate the courage and imagination with which the people of Africa and their leaders have converged with extraordinary focus and commitment on the climate agenda, not as an additional or peripheral concern for public policy, but as the foremost priority and the defining intervention in our collective journey to shared prosperity. As a result, patient consultation, thorough debate, determined collaboration, and bold confrontation of facts in issue, it has become clear to us at the Africa Union, under the aegis of the Committee of African Heads of State on Climate Change, that tackling climate change also produces the solutions for the complex interconnected crisis that we face today. This is what this summit is designed to underscore. Collectively, we hold the power to transform the current continental and global trajectory. More critically, we all have an urgent responsibility to do so with a sense of collective purpose that matches the sense of urgency demonstrated by Africa's young people at the Youth Summit earlier this week. Although we are gathered here to explore the means by which we can unite in action for the greater good, we have taken full account of the fact that we are not all at the same place in terms of our experiences with climate change. All countries struggle to achieve socio-economic progress under various constraints. Due to a range of complex and interconnected historical, political, and economic factors, African countries struggle with unique, inordinate, and incredibly complex structural drawbacks in the quest to provide opportunities for their peoples to achieve prosperity. Nevertheless, we have all, in our different ways, succeeded in making progress over the years amid these extraordinary difficulties. The tragedy of climate change is that it is relentlessly eating away at this progress. And going by evidence based on scientific projections, its appetite to consume our GDP will grow in years to come. We are already losing between 5 and 15% of our GDP growth every year to the adverse impacts of climate change. At the same time, the cost of adaptation continues to rise along with the cost of living, while the cost of development capital for African countries remains prohibitive as millions of our youth remain unemployed. Only rapid and inclusive transformation powered by robust industrialization can place us firmly on a path towards sustainable resolution of these challenges. A sound understanding of the nature and causes of climate change, coupled with our experience of its devastating effects, has provided us with a robust early warning system that the classical economic development progression precedent is not available for us as a pathway to this transformation. As Africans, we are strongly persuaded that not only is it urgent for us to execute an audacious leapfrogging of the traditional developmental pathway to industrialization, but urgent ecological imperatives also dictate that we must go green first before industrializing, and not vice versa, like the advanced industrial economies had the luxury to do. I emphasize this point to underscore the principle underlying Africa's position on climate action agenda and the foundation of our strategic, institutional, and policy direction. We have an unprecedented opportunity to abandon the well-trodden yet unsustainable path of the past and forge a new route that aligns economic inclusion and shared prosperity with climate commitment imperatives. Africa's low rate of greenhouse gas emissions must not relegate us to the margins and footnotes of the global climate agenda. Africa must step forward as the cornerstone around which effective climate solutions are built. Yesterday, I encouraged participants in this summit to disregard the grievance standpoint and instead consider climate action imperative through an opportunity lens. As soon as we do that, and knowledgeable industrial men and women, along with Africa's abundant endowment of natural assets from carbon sinks to arable land and mineral wealth, confer on us the indispensable fundamentals to swiftly become a cost-competitive industrial hub with ample capacity to decarbonize global manufacturing and green the economies of our continent, our neighborhoods, and the globe. It is good for us to be open about the need to confront a couple of basic truths. First, industrialized nations will be able to achieve their net zero goals within the time indicated by scientists to avert further warming. Secondly, unlocking Africa's potential to undertake economic transformation along a green trajectory is the most feasible, just, and efficient way to attain a net zero world by 2050. With those two combined, Africa's capacity to limit its own emissions is the clearest pathway to enable the world to achieve its climate action targets. Africa's opportunity is a global opportunity and a chance for humanity to redeem its intergenerational legacy. Scientific experts have consistently demonstrated from analyzing available evidence and making projections that these can be achieved while generating jobs in their millions, creating enormous investment opportunities, and catalyzing unprecedented economic growth. Under a proper green growth paradigm, climate action also serves as a robust engine for poverty reduction, employment and wealth creation, and economic transformation. By definition, effective climate action must entail technological leapfrogging to disrupt and invent the industrial development pathway and go green first. It must also involve effective decarbonization of global production and supply chains and deliberate efforts to remove carbon from the atmosphere at scale. Understood this way, green growth aligns perfectly with opportunity-oriented perspectives of climate change, which presents Africa with its most important means of achieving stability, prosperity, and development beyond middle-income industrial status. To achieve green growth, we in Africa have committed to move with speed and under various effective frameworks to develop the necessary instruments, institutions, policies, and strategies through which we shall design and implement incentives that will accelerate the delivery of priority actions. We shall also support our youth, especially those in enterprise, to enable innovation and deliver localized solutions for the benefit of our communities, and at the same time attract other African and international investors to finance climate action. Every step of this journey will require partnership that facilitate collaboration and multilateral collective action to achieve just development financing mechanisms, deliver equitable access to markets for Africa's green products and services, and a just regime that provides liquidity, debt relief, and affordable investment capital everywhere on the continent at scale. We are all connected to our common humanity and a shared stake in the vitality and livability of our planet. We are also bound firmly by the fact that Earth is all we have, that we have no other home, and that no alternative planet to resort to when things burn here. The most salient implication of this knowledge is that we cannot approach climate action and human development from a disconnected or adversarial standpoint. We cannot pursue climate action through insular, solitary policies. Global warming cannot be mitigated by air conditioning our little pockets and corners of the world. Prosperity cannot and must not be pursued in a zero-sum, exclusive fashion, because the resulting injustice and inequality are the drivers of inequity, poverty, conflict, and activities that threaten biodiversity and encourage pollution. We are all interconnected. That is a statement of fact. And this existential moment
provides us with a unique opportunity to reconnect with our shared humanity. In this summit, you will have heard and will continue to learn more about the bold, transformative, innovative fruits of partnerships, cooperation, and collaboration that are already underway in various parts of Africa. I invite you to pay close attention to as many of these cases as possible, and assure you that you will be surprised, challenged, and inspired by the many wonderful demonstrations of bold initiatives in the face of many opportunities. That is the essence of this summit. It is an orientation, and in fact, an orientation run designed to familiarize us with our journey into the future, driven by African solutions, powered by African resources, and anchored on African opportunities. The collaboration I have in mind must be bold in ambition, broad in scope for their vision, deep in terms of diversity of their stakeholders, and long in terms of their geographical reach. An impressive example that I have had opportunity to interact with is the Global Center for Adaptation, an organization based in Rotterdam in the Netherlands, whose constitution is an appealing emblem of our aspiration, from the aspirational design of its global headquarters and futuristic regional headquarters in Nairobi, comprising green walls and roofs, as well as rain gardens, to the collaborative culture of its staff. Unsurprisingly, the center is intended to inspire the world to thrive with nature instead of pursuing the dangerous course of seeking to thrive at the expense of nature. The center spearheads the Africa Adaptation Acceleration Program, a focal point collaboration with the University of Nairobi, Africa Development Bank, and the Africa Union Commission as part of the continent's response to the climate crisis. I am delighted to announce that as an outcome of this summit today, Kenya will host the GCA Africa headquarters here in Nairobi. Ladies and gentlemen, it has taken tremendous courage, effort, and determination to leave behind us the old continent that was historically profiled with intense negativity. The Africa whose people neither are there to be seen or heard has summoned the confidence and readiness to confront hard facts, engage truthfully, and forge a common position on critical issues that project a new, bold, radically transformative voice into the global discourse. And let me say here that we have discussed potential. And it is true, we need to have a conversation about Africa's potential. Why? Because we have been profiled negatively. The continent of disease, war, poverty. But we are stepping forward to say, look here, Africa is the continent with 60% of the world's renewable energy assets. Whether you talk about wind, whether you talk about solar, geothermal, hydropower. Number two, we're saying Africa is the continent that has 40% of the world's critical minerals for energy transition, whether you talk about nickel, cobalt, lithium, manganese. This is where those reserves are. Number three, this is the continent the youngest continent with a median age of 19. 25% of the world's population will be living in this continent by 2050. We will have 40% of the world's workforce by 2100. This is the continent number 4 that has 2/3 of the world's uncultivated arable land that can transform through smart agriculture into the store, the production store of the world. And number 5, this is the continent that is the lungs of the world. We have the largest natural carbon sequestration infrastructure. In fact, we dare say, if there was a company for collecting garbage globally, and I'm talking about carbon garbage, Africa would have the largest shares because we have the largest lungs. The only problem is that those who produce the garbage refuse to pay their bills and profile the company as broke when it is actually them who have refused to pay the bills. So that is our continent. It's a continent of tremendous potential. And that is why Chinua Achebe told us that until the lion learned the art of writing, all stories glorified the hunter. I think we have learned to write, I think we have learned the art of writing. And that is why we are going to write our own narrative. That is the continent that we belong to. Let me also say another thing, opportunity. Yes, this climate crisis, climate change, and the climate crisis that comes with it, yes, it is true, we contributed the least. Yes, it is also true, we are suffering the most. But in this crisis is Africa's opportunity. And that is what we want to focus on. Africa's opportunity to unlock the tremendous resources that we have for green energy transition. And we must exploit this opportunity. And number 3, so that I conclude, is that this is the continent that has the highest investment potential. We are only limited by 2 things. Number 1, we are limited, as I said earlier in my statement, by high interest rates for development capital. Many of our countries, and we are here and they say figures don't lie, 9 countries are already in debt distress in our continent, over the cliff. 13 countries are classified as high risk, and another 17 countries are classified as moderate risk. And the biggest contributor to debt distress in our continent is high interest rates. We pay 5 times more than others, meaning that in fact, the architecture is set up in a manner that if you borrow, it will be difficult for you to pay. And that is why we need a conversation, and a very candid conversation, and we're saying this in all honesty, around how do we get concessional funding? How do we pay as much as others are paying? How do we get Africa away from paying 5 times more? And I asked in this gathering, we're not asking to be favored. We're not asking to be treated differently. We want a fair financial system that treats everybody equally. Ladies and gentlemen, that is not too much to ask. A fair international financial architecture is not a fair proposition or an unfair proposition to make. Number two, many of our countries are headed into debt distress because of climate change. Let's be honest, we are suffering the most, whether it is in the Sahel with drought, whether it is in the Horn of Africa with drought, whether it is in South Africa and the southern part of our continent with cyclones, and we are saying the suffering is across the globe, but we carry the biggest brunt. I'll contextualize this. And because of climate change, we are forced to divert resources that are meant for economic growth into dealing with the effects of climate change. I will contextualize this. In Kenya, we lost 2.5 million heads of livestock in northern part of Kenya. Combined with Ethiopia and Somalia and Djibouti, we lost 9.5 million heads of livestock. So what did I have to do in Kenya? So in Kenya, I've had to increase resources meant for school feeding from 1.5 million children in school, under school feeding. We've had to scale up this year to 4 million kids in school to be put under school feeding, and we've had to rearrange the budget to provide for that. So when we say climate change is destroying our economies, we are not making statements. We are making statements of fact. And that is what is driving many of our economies in that direction. And let me contextualize this further. When I was first elected as a member of parliament in a rural constituency in Kenya, I represented a community that is so proud that they think debt is not a good thing. They are risk averse and very debt averse. So, to try and encourage the community that time, then there was this phrase, and I want to say it in the indigenous community. There was a phrase that Kaigai Kobarin Besen Kosir Kobarin Banan. I will explain to you what that means. There is Besen and there is Banan. Besen is debt. Banan is poverty. So it is said in this community, if you must die, it is better to die of debt than to die of poverty. Because you are dying anyway. So it's... And so, to contextualize that into this debate, we don't want to die in this continent, we don't want to die of debt, but we also don't want to die of poverty. That is why we must have a conversation around multilateral development banks and concessional financing and how we can finance our economies using resources that do not punish us. And when we make this proposition, we have tremendous respect for our multilateral development banks. They are doing their best. We have the best of respect for them. But we believe they can do better. We believe that there is an opportunity. We need to explore the SDR, Special Drawing Rights window. And this time round, we want to have that window when it's made available because it is possible. Let those who need the resources get, not those who don't. In the last experience, those who did not need the resources got more than those who needed the resources. We need to have a paradigm shift this time round. And number two, we believe that it is possible to expand concessional financing through leveraging on the balance sheets of these institutions. And finally, to be able to unlock the resources that we need to be able to drive these new investment and financing opportunities, especially for green energy. We believe it is time to have a conversation about carbon tax. I said we need to have a conversation about carbon tax. And I mean we need to have a conversation about carbon tax. Yes. We believe it is the only way, it is among the ways that we can raise additional and adequate resources for us to finance our development. And while we are thinking about financing, for us in Africa, three things are very important. As they say in Kenya, mambo ni matatu. Number one, speed. It takes inordinate to access any meaningful resources. Number two, it requires scale, because we've all agreed that enormous resources are required. And number three, affordability, so that we all pay the same. And that is why this event is both Africa's climate summit and a global pre-COP28 convention. Africa is meeting, and Africans are talking. The world is listening. We must use this opportunity to lead the world in a new direction towards a future that holds immense promise for both Africa and the entire world. The many initiatives showcased at this summit testify to the courage of African enterprise and innovators to pursue breakthroughs, exploit opportunities, develop models, and take risks to make our tomorrow better than our today. When the global stocktake is released, there will be another opportunity to test our courage and resolve by asking each other hard questions in the spirit of fashioning the new way to achieve rapid improvements. We have therefore committed to conclude this summit with a declaration which will firmly encourage everyone to keep their promises, even in hard times, as a matter of justice, to hold each other to account, to collaborate, and to innovate. This African moment is a global moment. We are in word and deed full stakeholders in this global journey and its primary navigators at this stage. I urge everyone at this summit to exercise bold leadership and contribute to our efforts to reconfigure global markets and international institutions around African aspirations and strategic goals. I call on each one of you to do their part so that the potential that lies in our continent can deliver opportunities for Africa's youth, communities, enterprises, and nations to actualize a future for all of us. It is a matter of long-standing African wisdom that if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go with others. We have a long way to go and no time to lose. In this moment of existential urgency of whole humanity, I dare say that we have our ancestors' permission to innovate a way not only to go fast, but also go together, provided we consult thoroughly, engage in good faith, collaborate effectively, and proceed inclusively. This is an emergency, and we must undertake climate action and green growth with this understanding. I thank you. God bless you. God bless Africa. Asante sana.
Your Excellency, you have some tasks to perform, so please come back to the stage.
I have been requested to ask the climate envoy from America, who is scheduled to take a flight, to take a few moments and come and speak to us. My good brother John Kerry is somewhere in this audience. Welcome, because he also has a declaration to make and an announcement to make. Welcome, John.
Mr. President, distinguished presidents, Your Excellencies, fellow ministers, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I have a feeling that after that extraordinarily powerful presentation by President Ruto, nobody should say anything. We should just act. Maybe I should start by just saying jumbo. Works. Mr. President, thank you for convening everybody here. Over the years, I've been privileged, Mr. Secretary General, like you. We've been at many of these conferences, and the words come easily. The actions seem to have been more difficult over time. It's a great honor for me to be able to be here representing President Biden at this very important summit. And I want you to know, as I listened, and as you listened, I could feel this room, something is happening. This is different. I feel that. This is different. I think, Mr. President, I would just say to you, your leadership is palpable. You feel it. What you have said today, there is such a clear path ahead for all of us. Africa is meeting. Africa is speaking. Africa is deciding. And nothing could make a greater difference, I think, on a global basis, given what you just heard from the President about the remarkable resources that are here in Africa, about the young people who are thirsty, hungry for a future. So Africa and this moment offer an enormous opportunity. This problem that we are facing is human-made. It's about pollution. It's not very complicated. It doesn't take a rocket scientist or a mathematician or equation work to its end in order to understand what's happening. Humanity is threatened by humanity, by the decisions that we are unwilling, it seems, to make. So, at this moment, I believe it is clear that Africa presents some of the greatest opportunity in the world. To do what? To win this battle about how we heat our homes, drive our vehicles, light our factories and our homes. This is about fundamental production of energy. And if we will make the right choices about that, the future is different for everybody. That's what's so attractive and important about what President Ruto was saying. You want to have a cleaner life? You want to have a healthier life? Less cancer? Eliminate 8 million people dying every single year because of the lack of quality air that we breathe? All of that comes from the unabated burning of fossil fuel. And it is challenging, if not threatening, our very planet that we all live on. So 20 countries produce 80% of all the emissions. Mine is one of them. 20 countries. And it is critical for all of those 20 countries to immediately take steps to get on the path to the Paris Agreement, to align, to have the ability to keep 1.5 degrees alive. That will only happen if those 20 countries take the lead and make it happen. Crisis now is also, if justice is to mean anything, it certainly has to mean that if there's going to be a transition, everybody has to be able to share in the benefits of that transition. Right now, it is clear that you can't talk about a just transition, when some people, there's no transition at all. Or when some people, there is acute, unfair debt that swallows and drowns the choices that those countries have to make. My friends, adaptation, which wasn't on the front burner in the early years that we've been working at this, but it is now, and it should be, for the simple reason that without adequate adaptation, we don't make it. That's the predicament that we've created for ourselves for where we are now. So adaptation is critical, and the damage, Mother Nature is telling us on a weekly, daily basis. Every 18 days, we have a $1 billion climate event somewhere on this planet. So adaptation is critical. President Biden has now launched a program called Prepare, the President's Emergency Program for Adaptation. And he has committed that we are going to help at least 500 million people in developing countries, especially in Africa, to be able to adapt to the worst impacts of this crisis. He has committed the United States to work alongside African nations to lead the way in adapting to and managing the impacts of the climate crisis. And as part of Prepare, he is providing, or will fight with the Congress and guarantee that we will provide $3 billion annually for adaptation for the $12 billion program that he believes is essential in order to be able to do our part to adapt to this challenge. It is why we are working with partners on the Transitional Committee this year to design an effective fund to help vulnerable developing countries respond to loss and damage. And it is why last year in Sharm el-Sheikh, the President decided that the United States needed to try to accelerate that process, that we joined with our friends in Europe and elsewhere to say that no, it's not adequate to do that over a 2-year period. We need to close out and understand where we're going with the Loss and Damage Fund in 1 year, this year, when we all meet in Dubai. So in addition, as part of implementing Prepare, I'm pleased to announce today also, we're going to provide an additional $30 million for climate-resilient food security efforts across Africa. First, $20 million to the Africa Adaptation Initiative for the Food Security Accelerator, and that will invest in agricultural businesses and help them create their own independent climate-resilient supply chains. Second, $10 million will go to the Climate Resilient Adaptation Finance and Technology Transfer Facility to scale technologies so that we can advance adaptation efforts like cold chain storage, which would help maintain the quality and the safety of food from the farm all the way to the homes of people in the world. We've learned that adaptation saves lives, creates jobs, And obviously, it's just plain old common sense. Roads and bridges that are built today can only spur growth and curb poverty if they're still standing tomorrow. So in many ways, we have learned Africa suffers to a great degree the worst impacts of the climate crisis. And it is essential that every country step up to help other nations, and particularly Africa at this point, in order to be able to adapt to the climate impacts. But at the same time, we also have to continue to mitigate, and I think you all understand that. Of the 20 most impacted countries in the world, 17 are in Africa. That tells the story. We all have a moral obligation. The rest of the world, and particularly the developed world, the world that has those 20 countries with the biggest economies, we have a fundamental imperative for all of us to get this job done. Ladies and gentlemen, I am personally convinced we are going to get to a low-carbon, no-carbon economy. I see incredible things happening around the world. With the IRA in the US, we are breaking new ground on battery storage, on new technologies for wind turbines that will get 30, 40 megawatts of power from one turbine. New technologies for accelerating the transition with hydrogen and so forth. All of the things that President Ruto talked about. The vision that your president has put forward today is not just a vision for Africa. It's a vision for the world. And President Ruto is showing a path for everybody to follow, and I hope everybody will feel impacted by what he has said here. One of the great philosophers, I'll just close by sharing this with you, one of the great philosophers of the Enlightenment, people decided that they would listen to science and not be browbeaten into somehow believing that everything was the sort of result of a vengeful God punishing people for their sins. But people decided and understood certain scientific facts make a difference. And they're real. And that has guided us for the centuries since then. Those pathfinders helped us to understand how to break ground and build a world in which we can have vaccines and deal with new technologies and go to the moon and so forth. We can win this battle, but we only win it if we make some fundamental decisions. Immanuel Kant, one of the great philosophers of that time, wrote, "Science is organized knowledge. Wisdom is organized life." Well, right now, if you look around you at the life we all lead all around this planet, science and the knowledge are unequivocal. All that is left for us is to summon the wisdom to organize the world to do what we know we have to do. That's the vision that I heard from President Ruto, and that is the vision that I'm convinced will come out of this week of great effort at this summit, which can help to prepare for a groundbreaking COP at which we do the job people are asking us to do. Thank you very much.
Excellencies, we are moving on to a very important session where we will be listening to each and every one of you as you make your national statements. But a few minutes before that, I want to usher in Zain to, and Your Excellency, President William Ruto, to undertake a signing ceremony here, and then we move on to the national statements. Thank you, Your Excellencies.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this is a very significant moment in the Africa Climate Summit. We are going to start this green revolution together and launch right now Kenya's green hydrogen strategy. I would like to request our leaders to step forward and sign off this important strategy. I'd like to invite Thomas Ostros, the Vice President of the European Investment Bank, Dr. Barbel Koffler, Parliamentary State Secretary of Germany, Her Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, and His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya. Please do come onto the stage. We have a symbol here on the stage that will be representing this agreement. And so we're going to ask all four of our leaders here to take one of the pens that you'll be given and sign this very important moment. And just for context, as we get set up over there, over 93% of Kenya's electricity comes from renewable energy sources, with a drive to reach 100% by 2030. I would like to invite also on the stage European Union ministers to come and stand behind our party here, as well as Mr. Davis Chirchir, Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum, and we can take a group photo of this extremely important moment as we launch Kenya's green hydrogen strategy. Green hydrogen plays a very central role in Kenya's green energy transformation. I mean, it really is going to offer a very significant potential to produce local green fertilizer and drive emissions-free transportation fuels. So this is a critical moment as we all gather here and take a photograph and really document and understand that this is a key step in reaching this ambition. And as the signing takes place, congratulations everyone, a round of applause. And this really does demonstrate how Kenya is prioritizing economic expansion and charting a course for the country to harness the potential of green hydrogen as a key driver of energy transition, promotion of environmental stewardship, as well as the generation of jobs. Thank you so much, Excellencies, for this very critical moment and for launching the green hydrogen strategy. I'd like to invite Mike Gitonga to take over, the head of protocol.
Thank you very much, Zain. And distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to have a short interlude of music as we set up the stage in preparation for the statements that are going to be made immediately after. So I'll request that we have the stage set up for the next session that we're going to have. We'll have a short interlude of music, then we'll have the statements to follow shortly after. Thank you.
Part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. You are part of the solution. Africa, rise, rise, Pambazuka. Let us all rise, rise, Pambazuka. Africa, rise, rise, Pambazuka. PEMC. Let us all rise, rise, Pambazuka. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. We are part of the solution. You are part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. We are part of the solution. You are part of the solution. From north, south, east to the west, the beauty of Africa flows. We have all it takes to change the climate story and show ourselves in all our splendor and glory. Yeah. Let's come together now to bring down all barriers for a greater tomorrow. So Africa, arise. Let us all arise. Start to be counted. Arise. Let us all arise.
take your seats. We're moving to the next part of our activities today. Kindly take your seats. Order, order, order in the House. We're moving to our next session, and here we're going to hear from the heads of state. This has been an incredibly consequential morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I'd like you to consider for a moment Africa setting the agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, if you feel proud and inspired, please clap your hands. If you feel proud, clap your hands. Let's hear it. They came, the world came for our human resource. Africa did not benefit. They came for our lands. Africa did not benefit. Now Africa is at the table. Once again, a call for everyone to take their seats. I'm going to welcome Your Excellencies up. Settle the room down, please.
Excellencies, we are moving to the national statements, and this segment will be moderated by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellency William Ruto. Please take the stage. And the session will also be co-chaired by His Excellency, President Assoumani, President of the Comoros. Excellency, please take the stage, as well as the Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency Musa Mahamat. Please take the stage, Your Excellency.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We are now transiting into the next session, where we will ask our heads of state to make their country statements if they wish to. And we are going to start. Okay. I'm going to ask our elder, President Sassou Denis Nguesso, to make his statement. Your Excellency, sir. And you can choose whatever podium. You can use that, or you can use this. Let us request the people standing to please take your seats. Let's take our seats. Thank you very much.
Monsieur le Président de la République du Kenya, cher Williams, Monsieur le Président en exercice de l'Union africaine,
The President of the African Union, Sheraz Assoumani, the President of the Union of Comoros, ladies and gentlemen, the heads of states and governments, the Secretary General of the United Nations, the President of the African Union Commission, Madam President, Chairman of the European Union, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my profound gratitude to His Excellency William Ruto,
President of the Republic of Kenya, and the people of Kenya for the warm welcome accorded to me as well as to my delegation. In addition, I have the pleasure to express my gratitude to the Republic of Kenya and to the organizers for the kind invitation to attend this first African Climate Summit, which obviously is focusing on climate in Africa. To develop green growth and the solution for financing climate for the world and Africa and the world, and is an essential theme for which we should mark our presence. And I want to congratulate warmly His Excellency Mr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, for the successful convening of this summit here in Nairobi. The quality of the exchange of views should lead to a recommendation for the establishment of a new architecture of the financing of climate financing, as mentioned in Paris in the beginning of July this year. The issue of the financing of climate action is crucial on more than one score. It is for the perennial nature of our collective efforts in favor of climate, for the preservation of biodiversity, and I would even add to guarantee peace, civil peace, and the development of our peoples. Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, dear colleagues, without anticipating the conclusions of the summit, that's Climate Summit, whose success for our continent is of great and capital importance, may I mention the way we still have to go, which in my humble view, before we meet in beginning of December at COP28 in Dubai, and then to talk and speak with one voice. Indeed, in mid-September in New York, on the margins of the UN General Assembly, we'll have high-level discussions that will focus on the establishment of a sovereign carbon market, which is in line with the interests of our African nations. Then it is in Brazzaville, in the Republic of the Congo, that on 26, 27, and 28 October 2023, the summit of the three basins of ecosystem of biodiversity and the tropical forests. The last stage before COP28, a summit that the President of Brazil, President of Indonesia, and the Democratic Republic of the Congo have wished, and the Republic of the Congo have wished. A summit that will lay down cooperation between the Congo Basin, that of the Amazon, and the Borneo in the Southeast Asia. And I will have the single honor to host as the chairman of the Congo Basin Commission. Excellencies, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen, the three basins concentrate, in fact, 80% of the world biodiversity and constitute the regulator of the carbon balance of the world. The Brazzaville summit will aim at South-South cooperation in order to support the efforts of the United Nations in favor of the restoration and conservation of tropical forests, which the various places and the mangroves, and will establish a platform for proposals, and I dare to say, to establish relations and to weigh in with all its weight on the resolutions that will be adopted at COP28. Cooperation between the three basins will not be an exclusive club that will be dealing only with only its members' interests. On the contrary, by acting on the negotiations for COP28, it will serve as a lever for climate justice and access to international financing by all the South countries in the South Hemisphere, and then to meet the exigencies of our continent. From then on, the success of the Brazzaville summit, after that of Nairobi, is decisive for Africa, which the Secretary General of the United Nations be thanked already for this invaluable support. Excellencies, heads of state and government, and you all, you who fight for climate justice, I invite you to join us in Brazzaville, which will be a summit before COP28 of Dubai. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let me now give the floor to President Isaias Afwerki, the President of Eritrea. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellencies, heads of state and government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me first to express our gratitude to President William Ruto for hosting the African Climate Summit
and for the warm hospitality accorded to us. Climate change poses, by all accounts, one of the most pressing challenges of our times. Its impact in Africa will be immensely aggravated, compounded as it is by a host of other major hurdles. Extreme weather changes that entail more frequent and intensified droughts, irreversible changes to Africa's ecosystem, marine biodiversity, as well as rich flora and fauna, cannot bode well in Africa's potential and aspirations for rapid economic growth. They will also mortgage the opportunities and livelihood of future generations. True, there are reservations and skepticism on the accuracy of the forecasts and doomsday predictions in relation to the voluminous scientific data collected so far. There are also those who bemoan media hype and sweeping generalizations pronounced in various conferences. But these differences of emphasis notwithstanding, the gravity and urgency of the situation will be downplayed only at our collective peril. In this perspective, and in our modest view, efficacy and impact of our collective response is positively correlated with the linkage and synergy we develop in a three-pronged approach: the national, continental, and global platforms and networks. The policies we articulate and the implementation mechanisms we map out at the individual national level will not provide the primary panacea to this global challenge. The second tier approach that has particular relevance to the summit, here are the programs that can be pursued at the collective continental level and supplement our individual national endeavors. In this context, Africa can tap and incorporate the numerous scientific measures undertaken by global players in the field to bolster its purposeful mitigation measures. At the institutional level, it will be important for our continent to establish its own professional African advisory panel to undertake timely research and complement available literature on the subject. The structure can cascade down to regional and national levels as appropriate, so as to generate comprehensive and accurate scientific research and information that has wider validity and applicability for all the constituent parts. Africa must strive to foster and develop viable and national framework of cooperation on climate change at the global level or in the third track. This is vital both for reasons of synergy and also because Africa deserves much support as it has largely been on the receiving end. Indeed, its greenhouse gas emission footprint has been and remains comparatively small. In conclusion, may I remind this August gathering that Africa mobilized its own resources rather than extend hands for handouts that may aggravate the existing situation by inviting interference and corrupt practices, while mobilizing our own resources will be enabling and motivating creativity at the level of the continent. I urge everyone to not be attracted by the billions that are being promised by so-called donors. Rather, we would like to mobilize our own resources, and get away from this dependency that will definitely compromise everything at the level of the continent. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A round of applause for President Afwerki. Let me now take this opportunity to request my brother, His Excellency President Paul Kagame, the President of Rwanda, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellency Azalia Sumani, President of the Union of the Comoros and Chair of the African Union, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chair of the African Union Commission, Excellency Ursula von der Leyen, President of the European Union Commission, Right Honorable Patricia Scotland, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, Excellencies, First Ladies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. First, I wish to thank President Ruto for hosting us in a beautiful and vibrant Nairobi for the Africa Climate Summit, organized in collaboration with the African Union. Every year, the world is reminded of the real and growing threat of climate change. Recent findings tell us all kinds of stories, including that July was the hottest month ever recorded in human history. Africa continues to carry the burden of rising temperatures, despite contributing the smallest share of global greenhouse gas emissions. We cannot just keep talking about it without doing what is required to fix the problem. This is unfair, but in the long run, playing the blame game is not the answer. A more pragmatic approach is for Africa to be a key player in the search for global climate solutions. Africa stands united and should remain so in this and in its position. In this regard, allow me to take this opportunity to commend President Dr. William Ruto for his exceptional leadership of the Committee of African Heads of State and Government on Climate Change. In Rwanda, we want the private sector to play a greater role in building a green economy. Our strategy is to position ourselves as an attractive destination for international climate financing and investment. That's why the COP27, at that summit, Rwanda launched Ireme Invest, a green investment facility created by the Rwanda Green Fund in partnership with the Development Bank of Rwanda. So far, more than 200 million has been mobilized, US dollars that is, from domestic and international partners, including the European Investment Bank and the Green Climate Fund. We have also been working closely with the International Monetary Fund as a participant in the Resilient and Sustainability Trust, we have access to long-term financing to further integrate climate into our economic policies. This is a good sign that the international community is taking seriously the call to reform our global financial architecture. But there is still room for improvement. In this context, I welcome the discussions held at the Paris Summit for a new global financial pact. The Bridgetown Initiative, spearheaded by Prime Minister Mia Mottley of Barbados, also deserves consideration and serious attention. Any meaningful structural change must favor debt restructuring and lower interest rates, as President William Ruto has so eloquently explained. As chair in office of the Commonwealth, Rwanda supports the development of a multidimensional vulnerability index led by the United Nations in partnership with the small island developing states. Gross national income, GNI, does not accurately measure a country's vulnerability to climate change. In any case, small islands and developing states should not be penalized for having higher income levels. Ultimately, what Africa wants is fair and equal partnership, which takes our priorities into account. That is going to be the basis for trust and solidarity. I hope this summit will serve as a good foundation for discussions later in this year at COP28. I thank you for your kind attention, and Mr. President, thank you for convening us here.
Round of applause for President Paul Kagame. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now is the opportunity for President Salva Kiir, the President of South Sudan, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Bana ba Kenya namugeze ndi mulembe lundi oya mumbe kama rumwelezera ko bulai bwo kubanenda kama dunda ko buru mu Kenya.
Your Excellency Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Chairman of the Committee of African Governments on Climate Change, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Your Excellency John Kerry, United States Climate Change Envoy, Your Excellency Dr. Sultan Ahmed Al-Jaber, COP28 President Designate and the UAE Special Envoy for Climate Change. Honorable Ministers for Climate Change, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me start my remarks by expressing my deepest gratitude to the government and the people of Kenya for the warm welcome and for successfully hosting this first Africa Climate Change Summit. Excellencies, the biggest threat faced by humanity today is climate change. It is a threat whose effects are felt by all. But its causes have their roots in the action of a few. Take Africa for instance. We collectively emit less than 5% of carbon, but we are the most vulnerable region. My country, South Sudan, with tiny emissions, for example, is currently experiencing floods, droughts, heat waves, and irregular rain patterns. We have over 2 million people who have lost their livelihoods as a result of climate change and are in dire need of support. In the face of this reality, we cannot continue to lament about the impact of climate change, nor continue to wait for the financial support that has been promised but not delivered. We must seize this opportunity given to us by this African Climate Summit to come up with additional ways to address the impact of climate change. Why am I calling for additional measures? The reason is very clear. The $100 billion that was pledged at the United Nations Climate Change Conference, COP15, in 2009, has not been delivered. More importantly, that amount is not enough because Africa alone requires over $3 trillion to enable, mitigate, and adapt to the climate change. As Africans, we need to understand that transitioning to low carbon economy will come from within, and its path lies in operationalizing the theme of this summit, driving green growth and climate finance solutions for Africa, and well. This is the way to go. Driving green growth will allow us to come up with solutions that will address the financial gap between what was pledged in Copenhagen summit in 2009 and the actual figure needed by African countries to combat climate change. Excellencies, in South Sudan, we are endowed with the natural resources, and the challenges we face as a country are about finding ways to exploit these resources in a sustainable manner. The key question we have always is, how do we responsibly exploit these resources in ways that contribute towards mitigation and adaptation to the impact of climate change. Part of our answer to these challenges lie in aligning our climate change policy with climate action plan that cuts emissions and adapt to climate impact. Presently, South Sudan has developed its second nationally determined contributions with the goal of generating 3,000 megawatts of renewable energy from hydro, solar, with wind, and geothermal gas. This to us is the path to net zero carbon by 2050. On top of this planned path, we aim to embark on climate-smart agriculture to meet our food needs. Apart from changing how we plan our development to mitigate the impact of climate change, we also have a vast potential in carbon trading that can generate further revenue to finance our climate adaptation. Our natural forests and the Sud wetlands have the largest capacity to absorb carbon in the world. In fact, I'm proud to say that the Sud wetland in my country is the third long of the world. These ecosystems can sequester millions of tons of carbon dioxide annually, and in them lies the potential for carbon trading I just mentioned. Excellencies, what I have enumerated are steps we can take individually as countries to reverse the impact of climate change. However, we in the global south expect developed countries to play their part, first by cutting their emissions by over 45%, and second, by living their commitment that was made in 2009 in Copenhagen to finance climate adaptation in developing countries. We cannot meet the target of maintaining the temperature rise to 1.5 Celsius by 2030 if the developed countries fail to meet their commitments, both in providing resources to assist with climate adaptation and leading the way in cutting their own emissions. Once again, I congratulate Kenya for successfully organizing the first Africa Climate Summit. I hope that all of us will speak with one voice at COP28 in Dubai. The time for climate action is now. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Let's give a round of applause to President Salva Kiir. Let me now take this opportunity to request President Macky Sall, the President of Senegal, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, President William Ruto, dear brother, chers collègues, chefs d'État et de gouvernement,
Chairperson of the African Union Commission, current Chairman of the African Union, heads of delegation, honorable ministers, distinguished participants. I thank you, President Ruto, for your kind invitation and the brotherly welcome accorded to us, and for the invitation to this first Africa Climate Summit. I want to congratulate you on your leadership and as has been demonstrated in your very powerful statement this morning. The time is ripe for taking stock of the implementation of the commitments on climate and also to agree on an African common position. Everybody knows the risks and dangers related to global warming that continue to affect our countries, and worse still, they have even worsened. The last report of IPCC confirmed that the African countries will be the most impacted by climate change, while they contribute less than 4% of global warming. Africa, we must say, reacts in line with its measures, in line with its means, through innovative and the search for solutions for decarbonization and also the climate change. At the global level, 11 Saharan countries execute the project of the Great Green Wall for a decade now. On that score, Senegal implements a reforestation program of 500,000 hectares of indigenous forests, and in order to stop the encroachment of the desert and restore, rehabilitate soil, the biodiversity, and support the silvopastoral activities. We pursue our efforts to, in fact, execute the carbon resilient projects, and particularly as regards energy transition. And thanks to the implementation of our mixed energy programs, renewable energy represents today 31% of our electricity installed capacity, and part of it is from solar energy, and the other components come from wind and hydroelectric power. We at present implement an important program of rural electrification of more than 1,000 villages, financed at the cost of 75 million euros, together with the Green Climate Fund, and also with the West African Bank. These efforts will be strengthened thanks to the strategy. That is, we need to agree, and we cannot prevent Africa from using its domestic energy sources. We, in this transitional phase, ensure that the solutions, African solutions, be lower in carbon and also be resilient, and obviously for those who pollute less than 3%, that energy transition be abandoned. It will be, in fact, another injustice to Africa. For us, gas is an energy transition, and our policy in energy transition towards net zero is on the transport system with a regional express train, which is operational for 2 years now, which carry more than 130,000 people every day, which obviously is electric, and also the rapid electric bus, and which obviously will be used before the end of the year. In the same spirit, Senegal signed last June with the partners of G7 its program for an energy transition which is based on JERPI, with an investment that requires the mobilization of 2.7 million euros And we have the ambition of raising it to 40% of renewable energy in our energy mix by 2030. Having said that, we have to agree that essentially the African countries should realize and implement their green program, and Mr. President, you have reminded us about it, while the financing of adaptation should be supported by at least by concessional credits in conformity with the, what was agreed in Paris. In the perspective of COP28, we should pursue our advocacy for the mobilization of resources dedicated to green financing. That is the key to resolve the problem of climate change and global warming through responsible and interdependent efforts of countries from developing countries. To conclude, I want to express my support to the Alliance for Green Infrastructure initiated by the African Development Bank, the African Union, and Africa 50 in order to support the execution of the projects that are carbon sober and that are resilient. And I want to invite all the partners to contribute to this initiative. And finally, I thank the Central Adaptation Center in its work of promotion of the program to accelerate adaptation in Africa. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A round of applause for President Macky Sall, please. Now it's the opportunity for President Jacinto Felipe Nyusi, the President of Mozambique, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Asante ndugu Rais Ruto, naongera kwa mkutano mzuri na kujaribu kurudisha heshima kwa Waafrika. Sua Excelência William Ruto, Presidente da República do Quênia, Sua Excelência Azar Ousmane, Presidente de Comoros e Presidente em exercício da União Africana.
At the AU, distinguished heads of state and government, Your Excellency Moussa Faki from the AU Commission, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to commend the invitation of Your Excellency President Ruto and the warm welcome and the invitation to participate in the Africa Climate Summit hosted by the Kenyan government together with the AU Commission. Your Excellencies, the decision by the African Union General Assembly to host this event is in order to have a shared African vision regarding the climate crisis that is affecting the world and mostly Mozambique, Africa. And looking specifically at Mozambique, the country is cyclically ravaged by the impacts of climate change. It's not what I've heard about. This is what we live. And as of February every year, and even until May, we suffer from the adverse effects of climate change. Since 2019, we have suffered from the cyclones Idai, Dineo, Freddy, amongst others. We had many natural storms and drought. Cyclone Freddy was extraordinary because it took longer time, more than 14 days, and we were affected twice by Cyclone Freddy because first affected us on the coast and then went back, and then it affected again Mozambique on its pathway to Malawi. We know that such disasters affect negatively populations in Mozambique, not only, but in other countries. Your Excellency, your President, the interventions that we've heard were exhaustive. Such statements try to explain what is climate change and what are the impacts of climate change. So I'll not be repetitive, and I would like to be more objective and straightforward by sharing the experience of Mozambique with regard to climate change prevention, mitigation, and adaptation, and to emphasize the following. First, the conservation areas. 25% of the Mozambican territory is covered by parks, reserves, game parks, including marine protection areas. In this perspective, different actions were endeavored by the Mozambican government together with private partners and local communities in protecting these areas that have led to the reduction of poaching of rhinos, lions, as well as illegal logging. So why am I referring to cooperation of communities? Because very often we just talk at a high level, but those that are living those realities with the nature is communities. So they have to be collaborating with us in order to protect what are their livelihoods. I've also spoken about elephants. You know that the best gardener in the forest is the animal, specifically elephant, meaning that if we do not protect, for example, our animals, our gardens and our forests can be threatened seriously. Secondly, Mozambique hosts the most extensive Miombo forest, which is the largest ecosystemic system in the world, and it extends for more than 2,564 kilometers throughout the Zambezi Basin. As a way of protecting the Zambezi Basin that covers 8 countries from Southern Africa, last year we have held the regional conference under the leitmotif towards an integrated and sustainable management of Miombo, towards resilience to climate change and protection of the Great Zambezi. Thirdly, in Mozambique, the disaster risk management is governed by law, whereby it sets forth an integrated disaster risk management reduction, sustainable recovery of human resiliency, as well as infrastructural resiliency, ecosystemic resiliency, and climate change adaptation. I would like to emphasize that, for example, for each construction work that occurs in Mozambique, they have to comply with the law in order to be considered as resilient construction works. Fourth, we have created disaster risk insurance in order to cater for situations of natural disasters and support of vulnerable groups. One of the efforts towards disaster risk management and reduction is by engaging local communities, as also referred, but we are also prioritizing conservation agriculture. This is relevant in our strategy towards food security, and we promote the preservation of soils, soil quality, the preservation of water resources, the prevention of wildfires that led to deforestation and adverse effects from climate change. Moreover, the management of biomass energy, considering that our rural communities greatly rely on firewood. So we have been expanding rural electrification based on our national grid from the Cabora Bassa Dam and solar grids within the initiative Energy for All. Besides expanding the Cabora Bassa Dam that serves up some of the countries in Southern Africa, we are also prioritizing some hydroelectric projects such as Pandankua, as well as the Ntemani gas plant. And Ntemani will have around 400 megawatts, will be the major one. Eighth, we have the territorial planning project. Through the territorial development and spatial planning. And this occurs because very often we see that people just build irregularly. And if we do not plan how we are going to build our urban spaces, we can lead or contribute towards erosion. Another aspect has to do with institutional and legal reforms based on the protection of biodiversity, including the reactivation of the main fines, and meaning that we have severed fines and penalties against poaching, related to poaching, as well as illegal logging. As a result of these institutional and legal reforms, Mozambique has been considered in the carbon credits, and Mozambique is the first African country to receive payments from the World Bank related to carbon trade. By strengthening the early warning system, we have implemented the program One District, One Weather Center. I'm just emphasizing what we're doing as a country because we cyclically suffer from adverse weather effects. So we have decided to strengthen our early warning systems so that communities are ready when those disasters strike us. This year we have also inaugurated the Beira meteorology radar in the central part of our country in order to detect cyclones in a radius of 400 kilometers, and we are planning on setting up 2 additional radars in the northern and southern part of the country. Hence, we will be covering the whole country. We also adopted the Maputo Declaration regarding the integrated early warning system that fits into the national operational and strategic goals. We would also like to share that Mozambique also hosts the the SADC Humanitarian Operation Center, which is a center aiming at protection and prevention. Mozambique has an extensive coastline of around 2,700 kilometers, meaning that we should give special attention to the ocean as the regulator of temperature and climate in the planet. We have ratified the Marpol Convention of 1978 regarding sea pollution that also complements the national legislation regarding illegal fishing and the protection of marine diversity, meaning that if we do not protect our biodiversity, we are going to contribute towards negative impact of the environment, especially the oceans. Your Excellency, before I conclude, Your Excellency Ruto, I would like to show my appreciation for this initiative, and we also would like to exhort all the leaders here to subscribe as a single voice the Nairobi Declaration regarding climate change, and we have a collective action towards it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A round of applause again for President Nyusi. Let me now take this opportunity to give the floor to President Nana Akufo-Addo, the President of Ghana. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
President Ruto, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I join other speakers in applauding the Kenyan President, our host, President William Ruto, for his initiative in convening this summit, and thank him for his hospitality. A summit to define a common African position towards the deliberations of COP28 in Dubai is a highly commendable one, especially if it can help us define how we can mobilize our own resources to address this critical issue of climate change. Ghana's nationally determined contributions towards combating climate change have been fully incorporated into government's coordinated program for economic and social development policies to facilitate their implementation. We have introduced major policy interventions that have development and climate projection imperatives. Our flagship programs, whether they are the programs for planting for food and jobs, or One Village, One Dam, or One District, One Factory, are all geared towards boosting industrialization and rural development, as well as building our resilience to the impacts of climate change. The strategic focus of the One Village, One Dam initiative, for example, in the northern regions of our country, is to provide all year-round access to water to smallholder farmers who practically have no viable livelihood alternatives during the long dry seasons. We're also determined to make natural gas, which we have in abundance, available for the generation of electricity. We placed a ban on illegal mining, the phenomenon we call galamsey, which was destroying our water bodies, vegetation, and our forests. Some 20,000 young people have been engaged to plant more than 30 million trees in 2 years to create jobs and restore degraded land. These policy initiatives are already using positive results to the attainment of the SDG goals, particularly the goal of reducing our carbon emissions. Additionally, I've established an advisory group of prominent private sector chief executives who are setting up a $100 million SDGs delivery fund and a $200 million green fund to complement government's efforts at tackling climate change and funding the implementation of the SDGs. Whilst we strive to do our bit to halt climate change at the national level, we expect also a lot to be done at the international level. One major issue of concern to us is the need to streamline access to international climate finance to complement national funding. I believe this forum will throw more light on practical ways to mobilize financial resources to support the implementation of national climate actions, especially how we can guarantee a different future from the past and ensure that the commitments of the developed world towards climate finance, which have not been met in the past, will be met in the future. Excellencies, it is obvious that we have to act swiftly and decisively to mitigate these effects and ensure a sustainable future for generations to come. The impact of climate change, as we know, is not limited to the African continent alone. It is a global issue that affects all of us. Thus, addressing climate change in Africa, as President Ruto so forcefully articulated, is a moral and strategic necessity for global climate action. Hopefully, COP28 in Dubai will provide us a concrete roadmap towards that end and ensure a just energy transition for us in Africa. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. A round of applause again for President Nana. Let me now take this opportunity to ask my sister, the President of Tanzania, President Suluhu Hassan, to make her statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto,
President of the Republic of Kenya and Chair of the African Committee of Heads of State and Government on Climate Change, Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, thank you very much for being a gracious host of this August Assembly that sets the tone of Africa's growth now and the future. I thank the government and the people of Kenya for the excellent preparation of the summit and the warm reception accorded to me and my delegation. The convening of this important summit is both timely and opportune, as the theme, driving green growth and climate finance solution for Africa and the world, is quite befitting, especially now ahead of COP28, where parties will take stock of our efforts to address the climate crisis and commitment to address both climate crisis in the context of the Paris Agreement and the Climate Convention itself. Excellencies, the stakes are high and actions have to take place not tomorrow, but today and literally now. As Africans, we have no choice but to seize the moment to capitalize on its potential to offer solutions to green growth and decarbonization, and while creating resilience to its our communities and economies. We can no longer afford to address economic development, climate change, and African poverty burden in isolation. The interplay between development and climate change is undeniable, and this interlink demand integrated and coherent solution that will provide opportunity for socio-economic development of Africa. Excellencies, while the continent is highly impacted by the changing climate, it is nevertheless holding the key to solving the climate challenge. The just released Economic Development in Africa Report 2023 shows the potential of Africa to capture technology-intensive global supply chains, and it said it all about development of Africa with climate change. It provides a unique insight into Africa's centrality to the green transition that will clearly transform our continent economies. It is said that all metals and minerals that are important and strategic for the low carbon transition are abundantly found in Africa. And these are chromium, lithium, natural graphite, nickel, niobium, rare earth metals, silver, and many more. Given the abundance of these minerals, the continent needs to reposition itself not only as a supplier of raw materials globally, but strengthen the value chains by ensuring their conversion into intermediate and final products is done within the continent. As critical minerals, as they were called critical minerals, they have to make critical contributions to our internal revenue collection and employment creation. They also have to contribute critically in the environmental protection in our countries. So having all these, Africa has to stand firm to use the materials for our own development. Excellencies, human capital dividend in Africa is another force to reckon. To avoid the past mistakes in the history of our continent, we need to focus on human capital advancement by training our own people, especially youth, so as to be able to reap from these vast opportunities. we need to consider the climate crisis as an opportunity to address the youth unemployment challenges. Excellencies, beyond the African potentials, we have potentials in our individual countries. My country, Tanzania, is leading the way by demonstrating strong momentum in driving the green growth. Almost 95% of our energy is from hydro and natural gas. We are also leading in nature conservation with almost 38% of our landmass under conservation in various regimes. We are also committed in nurturing the ecosystems that hold the promise of creating thousands of new jobs and unlimited national economic and global benefits. Talking on the offering of critical mineral to the world, Tanzania has huge deposits of some of these critical minerals needed today. Helium is present around Lake Rukwa Basin, nickel deposit around Lake Victoria, graphite reserves at the southern eastern part of the country, and we also accommodate other deposits, critical minerals, including copper and lithium, as well as rare elements. Despite of the above scenario, we, however, need to face the fact that Tanzania, and indeed the whole of the African continent, still faces unprecedented impacts of climate change, with limited capacity to finance the mitigation and adaptation needs. And thus, as we head towards COP28, we have to raise an African voice on the establishment and capitalization of a special fund for Africa. The contribution and the pledges which are given by the advanced countries have to say what percentage of those pledges goes to Africa, and not just a blanket pledges. As I conclude, and as you are all aware, Tanzania is hosting the AGRIF Food and Agriculture Summit this same week. The presidential summit is on 7th of September, a day after tomorrow. I therefore wish to use this opportunity to once again invite you to Tanzania, and I'll personally be there to welcome you all. Once again, I congratulate you, Mr. President Ruto, for organizing such a successful event, and I look forward to seeing you all in Dar es Salaam. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Another round of applause for President Samia Suluhu Hassan. Now it's my pleasure to request my brother, President Mohamed Yunus Memfi, the President of Libya, to make his remarks. Your Excellency, Mr. President.
Your Excellency, President of Kenya, President William Ruto, and head of the Committee of African Heads of States concerned with climate change. Heads of states, heads of governments, members of the African Union, Mr. Fuka Musa Fiki, head of the African Commission. May I extend my wholeheartedly thanks to President Ruto and the Kenyan people for hosting this very important summit. It is important for Africa and it's important for the whole world. I'd like to congratulate President Ruto for his wise leadership for the African Committee on Climate Change. I value the efforts exerted by the Commission to have a uniformed African stance with regards all sorts of related matters and all sorts of mutual concerns. Since the inception of the African Union, Africa has always been saying that it should get rid of the historic injustice it's suffering from until now. But we're facing so many risks and challenges imposed by climate change, and it's affecting the whole world. The African Union called on us to work hands in hands, rich and poor, north and south, and to mobilize all our efforts and resources to mitigate those risks and to also adapt to those changes and to change and transform those risks and challenges to opportunities based on strategic partnership to bridge the financing and technical gap, to empower Africa and the South in general to move forward from the weakest link to the high level of being a partner. And this would give more opportunities for adaptation to the whole world. And that would help us to achieve a sustainable horizontal development. We should undertake quick and urgent measures to eliminate any kind of damages or risks that could be irreparable in the future or could threaten life on this planet Earth. We need more solutions. Africa has always been a promising continent. As you can see in this summit, Africa can provide to this planet a lot if our partners are committed to their pledges. This is a good opportunity to deal with risks in an efficient way, starting with carbon emissions to green growth, green minerals. All those opportunities to provide sustainability and opportunities for energy sources that can be very well used in environment-friendly uses by bridging the technical and bridging the financing gap and the technical gap, and to have different renewables like, for instance, solar energy, wind, and all sorts of other sources. And also, we need to talk about fossil energy. We need to have some kind of harmonized climate initiatives to face climate change and to stand against the individual interests of some of the industrialized countries. The African continent requests are clear in the documents of this meeting and also in the decision of the African meeting that decided on holding this summit before COP28 in Abu Dhabi. And in the draft declaration of our summit, all these texts helps us to have concerted efforts and to stick to our stance and to call and bridging any kind of barriers between us and other industrialized countries, and to draw together the upcoming stage on basis of partnership, seeking one unified goal and according to partnership would like to greet our development partners attending today, the international organizations, the private sector, the scientific research centers, the academia, the civil society, women, youth, and also the participants in the Environment Expo. And after the conclusion of this meeting, which is going to be crowned with our declaration representing the unified African stance, we're going to be able to mobilize our efforts, and we're going all to attend and participate in COP28 to defend the outcomes of our summit here in Nairobi. And thank you very much. Thank you, President Ruto.
Your Excellency. A round of applause for President Memphi again. Thank you. Let me now take this opportunity to ask my brother, Julius Bio, the President of Sierra Leone, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, President Dr. William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency Azali Assoumani, President of the Union of Comoros and Chairperson of the African Union, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Your Excellency Patricia Scotland, the Secretary General for Commonwealth, Your Excellency First Ladies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm pleased to address this high-level session of the African Climate Summit 2023 under the Kenyan presidency and to reaffirm Sierra Leone's commitment to scale up climate action urgently. I must thank His Excellency President William Ruto and the government of the Republic of Kenya for the excellent arrangements made for this summit as African countries seek to address climate change priorities in this critical decade. From coastal kisses with the Atlantic Ocean to the panoramic vista, from the towering cane of the mountains, the Loma Mountain, to our sprawling national parks, Sierra Leone is a canvas painted with nature's most vibrant hues. Our golden beaches are a testament to nature's artistry. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, if you've not been to Sierra Leone, I'm inviting you to come. However, beneath our nation's beauties lies an unmistakable urgency. With a median age of just over 19 years, our young population, like the other young populations representing Africa's vibrant future, stand at a defining crossroads. Their legacy, and indeed our collective legacy, is shaped by the choices we make today. The seas, once serenading us with gentle lullabies, now one of rising tides that could erase generational achievements. The rains which celebrated our lands now pose a looming threat. Why Sierra Leone is rich with nature's gift. This very geographical splendor renders us vulnerable. Climate change for us isn't a distant shadow. climate projections in Sierra Leone include temperature increases, extreme weather conditions, intense precipitation, and rising sea levels. Our shores, symbols of natural grandeur, are receding. Many of our communities face displacement, and our pristine beaches risk fading away, and calamities like landslide and floods have become hauntingly regular. The surge in pests and diseases is another testament to our enduring imbalance. Without swift collective action, we risk witnessing the obliteration of Sierra Leone's invaluable ecosystems, leading to further dislocation of our communities and the devastation of their sources of sustenance. This is not just a Sierra Leone story. It is an African story. And I dare say it is a global story too. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our world is in trouble. But our continent is even more so. The evidence is clear. The time for action is now, but we are running out of time. Grounded in this stark reality, my government remains unwavering in our commitment to fortifying climate resilience, ensuring our people thrive sustainably and harmoniously with nature. In our updated nationally determined commitment, Sierra Leone has defined a progressive pathway forward for cutting greenhouse gases emission from the 2005 levels by 5% by 2025, 10% by 2030, and 25% by 2050. My government is unyieldingly devoted to climate change resilience and adaptation. This includes support for community-based adaptation in agriculture and energy sectors, integrated water resource management, and climate change disaster risk management. We are also poised to improve meteorological services for early warning systems and enhance and protect conservation of natural habitats and ecosystems. Furthermore, our climate change mitigation strategies extend to promoting renewable energy, infrastructure, resilience, and extensive reforestation efforts on at least 960,000 hectares of land. As we engage in country planning, we will also prioritize low carbon screening. Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to reaffirm our commitment, we have institutionalized efforts against global menace, this global menace. We have established a dedicated Ministry of Environment and Climate Change and a Climate Change, Renewable Energy and Food Security Presidential Initiative led by Dr. Kande Yomkela. We are designing policies and programs and laying the framework for establishing strong partnerships for funding and implementing projects on major cross-cutting thematic areas of national and global significance. Agriculture is the mainstay of our economy. Recognizing the core importance and extreme vulnerability of agriculture in Sierra Leone, we are focusing on resilience and innovation within this sector, leveraging technology and forward-thinking strategies for climate adaptation. Our overarching aspiration, as enshrined in our National Development Plan, is clear. Achieve food security and nutrition, food and nutrition security by 2030 through climate-smart practices bolstered by renewable energy throughout the agricultural value chain. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, meaningful inclusion and intergenerational dialogue are crucial to achieving SDG 13, to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. In Sierra Leone, we consider our women equal partners for development. We passed the Progressive Gender Equality and Women's Empowerment Bill, which guaranteed by law a minimum of 30% representation of women for all appointive and elective positions. My government is committed to promoting the inclusion of women in climate resilience programs and the participation of women in decision-making for climate change adaptation and mitigation governance at all levels. We must harness our demographic dividends on the continent and involve our youthful population in our climate adaptation and mitigation efforts throughout by involving the youth in everything that we do. Sierra Leone's quest for environmental resilience hinges upon our capacity to address climate finance, build local competencies, and refine our legislative blueprints, and etc. Solutions like carbon markets, innovative debt swaps, and novel financial tools such as leveraging our natural resources may be our bridge to surmount a fiscal chasm. Our appeal is clear. Sierra Leone seeks equitable, nimble, and timely access to climate financing. We ask for unbarred access to new climate change adaptation and mitigation technologies and shared knowledge. Our salvation from escalating climate crises lies in collective wisdom and concerted efforts. Another challenge is our institutional prowess in designing programs that attract climate finance is still developing. We yearn for guidance and backing to boost our legislative architecture, especially concerning forest conservation. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, while shared, the responsibility for climate adaptation and mitigation is not and should not be evenly distributed. Expecting countries like Sierra Leone to bear the brunt of a crisis that scarcely contributed to without robust support from the primary emitters, the industrial giants, is fundamentally unjust. Our stance is unequivocal. We are here to collaborate, not to capitulate. We seek cooperation, not charity. The actions of significant polluters must pivot from mere declarations and vague commitments to actionable, technology-driven reparations. It is a demand grounded in the technical feasibility of climate justice, not just its moral imperative. A unified front against the existential crisis is not just desired, it is imperative. As I close, I implore all of us present, the hourglass of action is dwindling, and the sands of time wait for none. Let's come together not just in spirit, but in action, but in actionable solidarity. For in unity we find just strength, but not just strength, but salvation. Thank you.
Another round of applause for President Bayo. Thank you very much. Now let me take this opportunity to request my sister again, Her Excellency Saleh Work Zewde, the President of Ethiopia. Madam President, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very important summit. Congratulations to the African Union for organizing it, and for Kenya for being our gracious host, as it is in the tradition of this country. Africa has tried its best to make its voice heard. This is not the first time that we meet to do so. In fact, to speak in one voice and to alert partners of the disastrous consequences. Ethiopia has been on the forefront of this fight. A lot has been done to coordinate our efforts in order to have a strong common position. Common position is indeed always needed in our African Union Forum. Today, it's about climate, but the continent's major issues, such as peace, stability, progress, requires indeed our common position. It has been increasingly difficult to explain to our people, and particularly to our youth, this contradiction. Resource-rich continent, and yet poor people. To explain the injustice that has been mentioned many times here today. That is why our summit cannot and should never be a talk show, but a place where concrete actions and actionable actions are being taken. Let me also say that without sufficient research publications, it would be difficult for the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change to get accurate representation of Africa's special needs and circumstances that would build evidence-based for advancing the key ask of the continent. So it is imperative that as Africa, we prioritize investments in our research capacity to develop scientific publications to inform and guide global efforts to combat climate change. We must emphasize on investing in African research institutions to produce regionally relevant science that can inform the different working groups under the IPCC. This endeavor requires a strong commitment from both African scientists and the international community, accompanied by the financial capacity necessary to deliver this research. Ethiopia has witnessed in the past decades, including the last consecutive years, persistent drought, flooding, locust invasion, where millions were severely affected. We've been carrying out different practical policy and action interventions as a step to contribute to emission removal and building adaptation capacity. Besides, we've also put in place national adaptation plan to build and boost resilience and adaptation capacity. Building climate resilient green economy is one of the pillars of our 10-year national development plan. As per our strategic consideration, we have launched the long-term low-emission and climate-resilient development strategy that has been submitted to the UNFCCC with the aspiration to achieve net zero emission and building climate-resilient development by 2050. The Ethiopian Green Legacy Initiative that has been mentioned again today, that was launched in 2019, has succeeded in planting 25 billion seedlings on the degraded landscapes by mobilizing volunteers throughout the nation. The initiative helped for the development of more than 120 nurseries and created more than 180,000 jobs throughout the country. More importantly, the initiative is intended to inculcate the green behavior in each of our citizens. The greening initiative has been scaled up into fruit-bearing perennial trees, thereby directly linking the initiative with our food system transformation strategy. In the agriculture sector, Ethiopia has achieved notable progress in enhancing its wheat production, effectively transforming a deficit of 15 million metric tons in 2019-2020 into a surplus of 65 million quintals in 2022-23. I think this achievement has enabled Ethiopia to meet not only its domestic need, and in fact commence with exports. This gives me a good opportunity to thank the African Development Bank, and most particularly its president, my young brother, for the support that was given to us. The plan is to cultivate 2 million hectares during the dry season alone in 2023. The success of wheat production is critical for the country's efforts to enhance food security and achieve food sovereignty. In terms of renewable energy production, Ethiopia is also investing on green energy projects such as hydroelectric, wind, solar, and geothermal energy sectors, as well as promoting modern rural cooking technologies. We have successfully run the hydro energy producing projects, including the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, with domestic resources which will significantly make difference in the country's status in terms of social, environmental, and economic needs. Ethiopia is striving to finance climate actions proactively and persistently as means systematically addressing the economic challenges of the country. Accordingly, the government has invested over $82 million from 2011 to 2019, mobilized from domestic, bilateral, multilateral sources, as well as from international climate finance institutions on climate change mitigation and adaptation projects and programs in agriculture, energy, transport, industry, forest, urban development, and health sectors. Despite this investment, Ethiopia still needs to attract and mobilize a significant finance to support its climate-compatible development agenda. We still count on our partners to fulfill their commitments to developing countries and committing themselves for the new challenge of setting new quantified finance goals in the coming years. We also strongly urge multilateral financial institutions to undergo a serious reform that fits for purpose for the needs and circumstances of developing countries, rather than fueling the historical debt accumulated on the shoulders of developing countries and mainly Africa. Our future depends on our decision now. Urgent action is needed in limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius to avoid worst impact. 8 years after its signature, ensuring the implementation of Paris Agreement is not an option again. As I conclude, I would like to assure you Ethiopia's unwavering commitment to work with our fellow Africans and other global partners to achieve our priorities and the long-term objective of making the planet comfortable for present and future generations. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, my dear sister. Another round of applause for President Zewde. Let me now take this opportunity to request Brahim Ghali, the President of Sahrawi Arab Republic. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, and also his head of the Committee of Heads of States on Climate Change, and also head of the AU, and also Mr. Musa Fiki, head of the AC, Your Excellencies, heads of states, heads of governments, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure at the outset to extend my wholehearted thanks to the Republic of Kenya, the government of Kenya, and the people of Kenya, and President William Ruto for this gracious invitation to attend this meeting. Would like to thank you for the excellent hospitality, and would like to thank you for all sorts of efforts and generosity for the sake of the success of this great event, which is the Climate Summit in Africa. And our Saharan Republic also is facing the climate change like so many other countries in the world. We're facing all these challenges related to climate change. Meanwhile, we have another struggle to put an end to occupation in my countries due to the occupation because of the conflict with Morocco. And those challenges are intertwined. This situation led to the displacement of more than 200,000 of our citizens to some territories that are suffering from climate problems, and temperature in the refugees camps are immeasurable. In our occupied territories, the different practices of occupation, which is outside the control of the international law, without any kind of control. It leads to the aggravation against climate change, like, for instance, the problems with fishery, and this depletes our water and agricultural resources for the sake of exports. And this kind of military occupation is sort of a wall and divides our country into two parts. And this deprives the occupied territories from water. And this is a very dangerous environmental deterioration, and this increases drought in our region. It also led to so many deeply rooted changes in the surface of the land, which became more exposed to wind erosion and also water stagnation. There are also mined areas along this wall became inhabitable, and also it has a very limited economic production. Those challenges, huge challenges, required practical measures on our side to deal with this situation. And in this context, we developed our NDC, and we identified through it the urgent measures for adaptation with climate change and mitigation of its limits. And we did that through strengthening development, which is based on renewables instead of fossil energy. And we supported NDC by having an NAP or NAP through the common ministerial initiatives that included several ministries. In the Sahrawi refugees camps, we developed agricultural systems to reduce the use of water. We also developed modern means with lower costs for housing. And the purpose of that is to face the increasing risks of floods, in addition to the spread out of using solar energy in small units. We also have experienced some electricity projects using solar energy, wind energy, and we're using it also in medical facilities in remote and isolated areas. There we use solar energy. Mr. President, although we have a desert nature, but we do have so many resources to provide to the blue economy in Africa. We have long coasts, and it's very good for fisheries. And our coast, which goes as far as 1,110 kilometers, the land there is known for its resources, and of course it's adopted by Ramsar Convention. Those areas are Wadi Saqiya, Bujdur, Dakhla Bay, and Sabkha Imlili. And although all those resources are exposed to climate change, because of the excessive depletion of those resources under occupation, but our country emphasizes that it's committed to execute and implement cautious plans in this area. And this is in harmony with the African initiatives and its goals to protect the African coasts in Africa. In addition to our work or setting out administrative plans for the important environmental areas, and according to the climate change requirements, we're going to work with other countries and have partnerships and with those countries and African organizations to build our national capacities and to exchange experience in relation to the blue economy. The delay of the termination of the occupation by the United Nations, which is the last in Africa, that doesn't mean that we are fully participation in the international global efforts to face climate change and its detrimental impacts. It is illogical that we're deprived of getting the required and allocated financing to face climate change, and we're also deprived of the technical assistance through the climate change mechanism under the United Nations and other organizations. We cannot be deprived from our rights and duty to take part with Africa and the world in this kind of efforts against climate change. And also, we have been coexisting for years and years with those dire and difficult climate circumstances like other countries. We should be represented in the new FCCC and also in the COP. And also we should sign also the Paris agreement and take part in the negotiations, and to also adopt our NDC regularly to the UNFCCC. Our voice is and will be an African voice, and it's going to support the African voice and stance. Sustainable development and the management of blue economy in Africa is strongly related to the way we use to respond to climate change. And we are ready to contribute with our brothers and sisters in Africa and the whole world to achieve the best results and outcomes. I wish you all the best in this summit, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency Gali, for that statement. Now it's my humble duty to request His Excellency Evariste Ndayishimiye, President of Burundi, to make his statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Mheshimiwa Ruto, na hongera sana kwa maandalizi mazuri ya mkutano huyu.
I want to thank God for having given us this very beautiful continent and many opportunities for development. Excellency William Samuel Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, our host, Excellencies, heads of state and government present, representatives of international and regional organizations, all protocols observed. At the outset, may I thank President Samuel Ruto, the government and people of Kenya for the warm welcome accorded to us. I also congratulate the government of Kenya and the African Union on the excellent organization of this summit, which is being held at the appropriate time. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, climate change is one of the greatest collective threats to mankind. In Burundi, the impact of climate change, mainly through drought and torrential rains, violent winds, floods, and landslides are the major factors of displacement of people. To this, we have to add the rising of the Lake Tanganyika and the growing land degradation, which push families to fight about the remaining fertile land. According to the findings, the annual loss in Burundi is estimated at $100 million. In these losses, 72% because of flood, 5% because of torrential rain, and 40% of violent winds. Thus, these Weather vagaries, in fact, lead to $70 million of loss, and it impacts on the well-being of the peoples. Their livelihoods provoke the destruction of human habitat as well as infrastructures, the proliferation of and the spread of diseases and loss in human life. Over the past 20 years, the 1001 hills of Burundi are exposed to the impact of climate change. Burundi was used to having rainfall of 9 months, but today drought has even grown beyond 4 months, with an unusual season and rhythm of seasons that affect agricultural productivity as well as animal husbandry. Burundi has increased the number of initiatives in order to face this phenomenon. Burundi is in line with all the conventions that relate to climate change. In this regard, Burundi has adopted an environment code in 2021, and one of the policies for environmental orientations taking into account climate change. This program is accompanied by the mobilization of farmers and by putting, that is, the planting of trees in fertile arable lands in order to retain the rain water. Burundi prepared in 2021 its nationally determined contribution operational plans for adaptation plans also adopted, and according to Article 9 of Article 4, Paragraph 9 of Article 4 of the Paris Declaration. At the practical level, Burundi is mobilizing regularly youth on vacation in preparing the nurseries for agroforestry and forestry seedlings, and to plant them during the period of reforestation, and also to have a program that is Burundi since 2018 wants to rehabilitate the degraded forest lands. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Burundi has the ambition by 2040 wants to develop its objectives of development and the protection of environment and the enhancement of resilience to climate change. According to these perspectives, there are many projects that are envisaged in order to consider a climate resilient program. The establishment of agropoles, hydroelectric centers, using photovoltaic cells, and the removal and the processing of waste, and through technological innovation that are adapted to the agricultural and situations where you will have fuel, wood, and other natural gas and biogas which are going to be used. As you know, Africa is bearing the burden of the impact of climate change, although it contributes less than 4% of global warming and emissions. Therefore, there is an urgent appeal to the developed countries to honor their commitments in Paris, made in Paris, and to work in favor of the developing countries in order to mitigate the climate change and also ensure the transition towards a green climate. To conclude, we reiterate our commitment to the Paris Declaration and also the Plan of Action of 2022 to 2032 of Africa as regards climate change and also resilient development. And I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your comments. Another round of applause for President Evariste Ndayishimiye. Let me now take this opportunity to request the Vice President of Angola, my dear sister, to come and make her statement. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excellencia William Samoei Ruto.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. William Samoei Ruto, Your Excellency, Mr. Azali Assoumani, Chair of the African Union, Your Excellency, Mr. Moussa Faki, the Chair of the African Union Commission, Your Excellencies, First Ladies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Allow me, Your Excellencies, to present to you, first of all, the regard of His Excellency, Mr. João Lourenço, the President of the Republic of Angola, whom I have the honor of representing in this August summit, attended by member states with the aim of contributing to finding durable solutions to address global challenges related to the climate change on our continent. We would like to take advantage of this opportunity to applaud the government of Kenya for the warm welcome I received, as well as the warm welcome to the Angolan delegation. We would like to applaud the African Union for this important initiative. We would also like to applaud His Excellency William Ruto, the President of Kenya, who is a coordinator of the Committee of African Heads of State and Government for Climate Change, for incentivizing member states to contribute for the process of green transformation of the continent and for the development of the continent's human and natural resources. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, about half a century ago, the environment came to the center of the development of human development. Just like other regions, Africa has been affected by the global shocks, including the global financial crisis, the increasingly growing impact of climate change, and of extreme weather events such as floods and droughts, which amount to a threat to the African economies, which has had a negative impact on the implementation of the different national programs, and which has been preventing us from achieving our sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, the President of the Republic of Angola, João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço, continues to prioritize issues related to climate change through the National Program for Sustainable Development 2022 to 2027, which has defined as a priority food security, family agriculture, local development, and adaptation to climate change, the education, health, for greater development of human capital, the creation of inclusive employment, as well as modernization and expansion of national infrastructures, both port and road infrastructures, the development of industrial centers to support the diversification of our economy and sustainable growth. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa is a continent rich in opportunities where women and youth are some of the greatest producers of food supplies. Therefore, we must fund initiatives and projects that involve women and youth. We need to finance green employment for the youth in order to increase and strengthen the adaptation and resilience of our communities and promote sustainable development. Angola is fully committed with the implementation of the UN framework for climate change. For that reason, we have been implementing policies and action plans such as the National Strategy for Climate Change 2022-2035. This strategy aims to address the challenges launched by the Paris Agreement and to assure the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, as well as establish the vision of the African policy for the Angolan policy for 2035. Out of its own initiative, the Republic of Angola is developing a diversified energy program, and today it incentivizes energy transition for clean and renewable energies through the implementation of two projects, which is the project of the photovoltaic panel, which will be producing 235 megawatts, which will help reduce the impact of the greenhouse gas emission to the tune of 935,000 tons a year. We are also building 5 photovoltaic parks in 5 provinces in Angola. When it comes to adaptation to climate change, we have been implementing mitigation activities to help mitigate the impact of the drought in Angola. The country has invested more than $130 million for the construction of the Kafu Channel, an infrastructure that will bring water to the communities affected by the drought, as well as to support agricultural activities, in this way building the resilience of our rural communities. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we acknowledge that the road is long. With regards to technological solutions and innovative solutions for climate challenges, the responsible, sustainable production and consumption. On that end, we are working with the African Group, implementing initiatives that will allow us to honor international commitments, especially when it comes to increasing and ensuring that at least 70% of our energy comes from renewable sources by 2035. Ladies and gentlemen, the damage and the losses Africa is suffering as a result of climate change are high. They have been contributing for social instability. They have been contributing to mass displacement and have been contributing to the existence of conflicts. Angola, therefore, calls for a fairer and more equitable global partnership. Angola believes that the investment in climate projects in Africa will not only benefit African nations, but will contribute for global climate stability. We must act fast. And to conclude, I would like to thank everyone who helped organize the summit. And I would like to reiterate the commitment of Angola with towards equality, resilience, and towards everything related to the progress of our beloved Africa. I would like to reiterate our trust in the African Union and in the international community so that together we can face challenges associated with climate change. Together we can overcome the obstacles and build a better future for our communities, for Africa, and for the world. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. Another round of applause for Angola. Thank you very much. Let me now take this opportunity with all humility to ask President Ismail Omar Guelleh, the President of Djibouti, to make his statement. Your Excellency.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, President Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, may I thank the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto, and the brotherly people of Kenya for the warm welcome accorded to us since our arrival in this beautiful city of Nairobi. It is a real pleasure for me to take the floor at this forum, which is in line with our strategic thought and dialogue and exchange of views for the sustainable development of our continent through the potential which a blue economy affords us. The Republic of Djibouti subscribes to the Moroni Declaration and the strategy of coordination for a mechanism of the coastal countries which alone
de territoire océanique.
Kilometers. Our country is the desert country and affected by climate change, and this has been imposed also on us. That is why the tertiary economy occupies 87%, while 3% only is for other components. In fact, we have a very important part played in our economy by the port and the sea. In fact, seawater has enabled us to resolve the problem of access to drinking water, and Djibouti has realized its first regime of desalination. That is to say that the development of blue economy, is an imperative need for Djibouti, and it is in this spirit that we have worked out a national strategy for blue economy in 2023, and the national vision is the guiding principle for the action of the government. Its partners and the civil society in working in the maritime economy. In fact, we have worked out a 5-year strategy as well as a plan for implementation of a blue economy, and both are aligned to the strategy and the plan for blue economy and the strategy of IGAD for blue economy and inclusive, sustainable economy that can contribute significantly to the transformation of the Horn of Africa. The other sectors identified, that is, in addition to the port and maritime activities, are fishery and aquaculture, and also the maritime security and safety. We have renewable energy and telecommunications through the submarine and the sea cables. Mr. President, the oceans transcend the states and they connect all of them. And we should harness this potential in order to create wealth. This is the essential of what it means to develop a blue economy, that is, to establish partnerships that will enable us to make use and exploit our oceans, and also a paradigm for action leading to sustainable development. That is why the strategy of blue economy should depend on 3 principles: enhancement of economic activities and the maritime activities, the safeguard of natural resources and ecosystem services, and the establishment and the creation of sustainable jobs and growth. We have to ensure that oceans create opportunities for our peoples. More than 80% of the people of Djibouti live on the coast. That is why we think that inclusiveness, ownership, and the empowerment of the coastal people and communities are essential for the implementation of blue economy before we can think of other world supply chains. We need to guarantee the local capacity, legitimize, regulate, and establish opportunities. Mr. President, the awareness of the possibilities of the oceans by our societies, and also is associated to sensitization about the various threats, and also the threat to maritime and climate change, because this can unleash a dynamics for a better system of protection and sustainable use of marine resources. The preservation and protection of our oceans will guarantee the sustainability of our planet. And this preservation should be accompanied by action, that is, to fight against inequalities and the harmful practices that impede and affect the governance of oceans. Illegal fishing, unlimited commercial and industrial fishing, the dumping in the toxic waste in our oceans are major risks to our planet. This conference should, in fact, be the point of departure for the trajectory of development of our oceans and seas. We are aware of the African potential as regards blue economy, but also our vulnerability. That is, to unleash the potential of blue economy will regenerate in Africa and beyond, and will demand the mobilization of adequate financial resources, because the capacities of our states to take advantage of blue economy remains inadequate. in spite of many commitments made by the international community as regards adaptation to climate change and increase and enhance resilience, our achievements in fact remain below what is expected and what is demanded. That is why Africa continues to urge our partners to develop and honor their commitments, because the development of blue economy is in line with the spirit of sustainability and resilience that is recommended by Agenda 2030 of the United Nations, and is a breath of oxygen for our countries and for our deserts. I thank you.
Another round of applause for President Ismail Omar of Djibouti. Let me now take this opportunity to invite the Vice President of Namibia. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, Head of State and Government, Ministers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I wish to extend warm greetings from the Republic of Namibia, specifically from Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, to you, President William Ruto, for your excellent leadership in the fight against climate change, and for hosting this very important and timely summit on climate change. I further extend my gratitude to you and to the people of Kenya for the excellent way this summit has been organized and the warm hospitality extended to my delegation since our arrival in this beautiful city of Nairobi. As Your Excellency have said, I'm finally happy to have returned home to East Africa. Today, I wish to shed light on the effect and impact of climate change on Namibia and her people. Namibia's geographical location in southwest corner of Africa, with its vast desert landscape and arid climate, make it particularly vulnerable to the impact of climate change. Rising temperatures, erratic rainfall patterns, and prolonged droughts are becoming more frequent and tense, wreaking havoc on the country's economy, on our environments, and of course, affecting our people. Agriculture, a cornerstone of Namibia's economy, is significantly affected. Prolonged droughts and unpredictable rain patterns lead to the reduced crop yields, livestock losses, and increased vulnerability to food insecurity. As a result, farmers struggle to provide for their families and to contribute to the nation's food production. The impact on rural community is thus severe, exacerbating poverty and inequality. Moreover, climate change exacerbates the water scarcity challenges facing our country. With limited fresh water resources and a growing population, the demand for water is increasingly high. However, as temperature rises and rainfall becomes erratic, rivers and water bodies dry up and groundwater reserves deplete. This scarcity not only affects drinking water availability, but also impact on agriculture, industrial activities, and hydropower generation. The water crisis strains communities, hinders economic development, and threatens social and communal stabilities. Your Excellencies, these challenges are not unique only to Namibia, as the whole continent experienced similar, if not worse, consequences of climate change. We need to be clear in our message to the international community as it relates to what some refer to as climate injustices or climate justice. The global response to the effect of climate change in Africa should be characterized by agency, collaboration, and support. Africa, as a continent, is particularly vulnerable to the impact of climate change, despite contributing minimally to global greenhouse gas emissions. Developed nations must fulfill their commitment to provide financial and technical assistance to African countries. Adequate funding is crucial to support adaptation and mitigation efforts, improving infrastructural resilience, and promote sustainable development. Technology transfer and capacity building initiatives can empower African nations to implement climate-friendly solutions and maximize their potential for clean energy generation and sustainable agriculture. As Africans, we need a stronger voice, unity, and wield more international influence to bring around the necessary change on the continent for the betterment of our people if we want to realize, and I quote, the Africa we want, in line with Agenda 2063. By working together, we can build a more resilient Africa, mitigate the impact of climate change, and ensure a sustainable future for the continent and all its people. I'm therefore positive that through the Nairobi Declaration, we send a clear message to international community, and especially to our partners present here at this conference, that the time to act is now. Merci beaucoup. Obligation. Obrigado. Thank you all. Asante sana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. Now it's my opportunity to request the Vice President of Colombia, my sister, to come and make her remarks. Your Excellency, Madam Vice President. She is the first woman of color to be Vice President of Colombia. Welcome.
Buenas tardes. I greet the President of the Republic of Kenya, William Ruto. I greet the excellent President of Comoros, Azali Assoumani, His Excellency Oussa Faki, the President of the African Union Commission, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, all the presidents, leaders, ministers, the media, and all those present here. In first place, I wish to thank the President Ruto for having invited Colombia to participate in this great summit on climate here in this African continent. I come sent by the President Gustavo Petro, who was invited personally by the President of Kenya, and I'd like to thank him for blessing the central discussion that we have today, as that is a call to all of humanity to care for the great challenges, especially this planetary challenge that is putting into risk the life in the planet. As an African descendant woman, I'm very proud to be here in the mother continent. From here, my ancestors came. They were slaves when they left, but today I return as a free woman vice president, and that means that we have done, we have chosen freedom, justice, and dignity as people. It's an honor for me to be here to form part of this very important discussion, and it is the challenge that we have to, and which our nations face with the climate change. As you have said, Africa is the voice of the planet, but it's also the place where humanity came from. And today, knowing that Africa is giving directions on how to save the big house, the planet. However, it is necessary for this voice to be heard, to be extended to the global south. Today here, Latin America is present, the Caribbeans are present, because we are suffering the same challenges as you are. My country this year, as a government, we have had to face a crisis, a very strong crisis, on account of the effects of climate change, floods, which have put in danger the lives of the most vulnerable. But now we have a drought which is starting and which is going to put into danger human life and the life of the fragile ecosystems which form part of this great lung of the world, which is the Amazon and the Pacific region. As we know here, there is another part of this lung of the world, which is the Congo Basin, the region of the Congo, a very strategic region for guaranteeing equilibrium. In this sense, President Gustavo Petro has made several proposals to the world in the United Nations, and today these propositions are placed before you. Whatever has been said today here about how to assume the polycrisis, the different crises that we're experiencing, the crisis of hunger, the crisis of migration, crisis of health, and the pandemic. All this is a sign of this planetary crisis, and of the many crises that derive from the impact on the planet of the climate change. And in this sense, therefore, the countries of middle income or the vulnerable countries are the ones that suffer the greatest consequences, as has been said here several times by the speakers. We are not the people responsible for the emissions, but we suffer the greatest consequences of them. And here the problem is a problem of finances. How do we finance the actions that we are carrying out in our countries and in our regions? The real problem is a financial problem. It's not a lack of political will to do something. The real problem is that we don't have the resources, sufficient resources, to look after, to challenge these planetary challenges, to face them. And therefore, we support the proposal of the President of a new reform of the structure of the financial system. We cannot attend this crisis with the same rules and norms of the international financial system, which certainly has a colonial view, or colonialist view, where the rich people sustain themselves in the economy by exploiting the poorer ones. And this colonialist vision will not allow us to challenge the situation that we are experiencing. Therefore, we propose the exchange of debt for climate action. This exchange of debt obviously cannot be in the traditional way as has been done before, because there would not be any just situation. We would not have the sufficient conditions to do properly these exchanges. These exchanges obviously imply special conditions, and one of these proposals is that we should reach agreements, multilateral agreements, to work on this transformation and on the financial system. And in addition, we should together build within this agreement, this multilateral agreement, a plan, an urgent action plan. The planet doesn't have much time. We do not have much time to continue speaking. We have to go into action. And this happens because of political will. The political will of the countries of the North, the G20, who continue emitting gases, but it is not sufficient for us to act in the South if the global North does not take up the challenge of limiting its emission of the gases, as we were saying, as the General Secretary of the United Nations said a few minutes ago. In this sense, therefore, we propose that we should do the same that what was done in the case of the pandemic. The International Monetary Fund should issue special bonds so that these can contribute to create a global fund to allow the middle-income and vulnerable countries to have the economic conditions to be able to face these challenges. Without this, it would not be possible to advance. Without this commitment to reform the financial system, our countries will continue being drowned in debt, and worse, without getting real responses, solutions to our populations that are dying. As a woman, I celebrate that in this space, in this summit, we are considering the role of women in the policy of life, in this the policy of using our instinct, our maternal instinct, to save our mother, the earth. the bigger uterus. Thank you for this invitation, and I repeat, Colombia expresses its commitment in climate change and its commitment to strengthen South-South relations with Africa and with the Caribbeans, which will allow us to give concrete, specific responses and to this planetary challenge. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, mi hermana.
For that candid statement. And by the way, Francia has a Kenyan name. She's called Nyawira. And when she came to Kenya, we traced her origin to a place called Meru. So thank you very much, Nyawira. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause for Nyawira, Francia. Thank you very much. Now, let me take this opportunity to request my brother, the Prime Minister from DRC, to make his comments briefly, because we've really overshot the runway. Your Excellency, please.
Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and host of this summit. Excellencies, heads of state and government, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Madam von der Leyen, President of the European Commission, Mr. Moussa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to take the floor on this day on behalf of His Excellency Felix Antoine Tshisekedi Chilombo, President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, on the occasion of this African Climate Summit in this magnificent and beautiful Kenya International Conference Center. Like those who took the floor before me, I would like to thank the Republic of Kenya, the sister republic, for the warm welcome accorded to my delegation, and I would like to extend this gratitude on behalf of the President of the DRC. Organized under the thing that is to develop positive solutions for climate in favor of Africa and the world. This summit affords my country the opportunity to meet the expectations as regards the problem of climate, and precepts are based on three fundamental principles, that is, a green economy, biodiversity, and renewable energy. As we can not overemphasize that the DRC is a kind of solution country which imposes on the world because of its potential and innumerable assets, which is an undeniable contribution that is there for the conservation of nature. A favorable ecosystem, my country, in fact, has huge forest resources and 155.5 million hectares, which is more than 10% of the forests of the Congo Basin, an important reserve and a well of more than 30 gigaton of carbon, and also its potential of the solar energy, which represents 37.7% of Africa and the world. The Democratic Republic of the Congo can, through its hydro electric power can provide and supply Africa with this energy, and also its young population, its labor force, and which is a great potential. And as President Ruto has said earlier on, the African potential is known. Here, it is a question of transforming this potential and harness this potential in responding to the issues of climate. We, last year, had a crisis, the fact of the deregulation of the wells and the dry season, which in fact had a lean corn season in East Africa, in Central Africa, as well as Southern Africa. And this has destabilized our economies. This has made us more aware of the response that we should give to this climate problem. For me, and the response of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, there are three indispensable ingredients. One is the will, solidarity, and determination. The will is through the honoring of commitments that we make, particularly the countries that pollute, and as regards the carbon tax, as agreed at the COP15, will on financing, innovative financing, and financing green economy, as agreed at the last summit in Paris. And then the investment on energy, the development of value chains here in Africa, and this with a response for jobs for our youth, and the will to enable us, as it has been said here, that is access to financing on fair and equitable conditions, and the reduction of debt of the vulnerable economies through compensation, because it has also been proposed, and I think it has to be recalled. And the second ingredient is solidarity. Solidarity as regards projects of common interest. I'm here thinking of and referring to energy, green energy, the needs in energy and the peoples who live in the forest, and also thinking of the Inga Dam, and integrating a project, and we are open to proposals so that we need the efforts of each and every one. I can give another example, the agreement between the DRC and Zambia on the development of value chains, solidarity on issues of common interest, as is the case like the Congo Basin, the Amazon, and the Mekong Basin, as called by President Denis Sassou Nguesso. And then solidarity as regards peace and security in order to guarantee the protection of forests, biodiversity, which has been destroyed by various criminal activities. Then determination, which is the third ingredient, in the search for innovative solutions to climate, as it is the case here in Kenya, and then the determination for a better world to be bequeathed to our children, and also the new climate economy, and access to conservation and the rehabilitation and restoration of our forests for the production of, and then regenerative agriculture, and also to ensure food security. It is for this reason that we are in favor of the establishment of a fund for climate change. We also are making an advocacy, and we want to do it on the margins of the General Assembly, which will be organized on 19 September, on a carbon market that will be profitable for Africa, and that will be on the margins of that summit. So all these issues, we show solidarity, and this should apply not only to Africa but also beyond. I sincerely want to thank President Ruto and all the participants for this opportunity that is afforded to us through this summit, which will contribute undoubtedly to all the meetings on climate. I want to thank you all.
Thank you very much, my brother Sama, for your comments. And another round of applause for my brother Sama. Let me ask that we now prepare the clip from my sister Motley. Just hold it as I give the floor very briefly, maybe 2-3 minutes, to the Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Salah Jama from Somalia, if he is there. Okay, if he's not there, can we take the clip from my sister, Mia Motley?
Your Excellency President Ruto of Kenya, Your Excellency Azal Assoumani, President of Comoros and Chairperson of the African Union, I'd like to thank you for co-hosting such an important summit. Thank you also to Your Excellency UN Secretary General, my dear friend and brother Antonio Guterres, and to Presidents, Honorable Ministers, and everyone present for contributing to this remarkable occasion. We are gathered here today for what is truly an important summit, not just for Africa, but for the entire world. And while I do wish I could join you in person today, please accept my participation by way of this message as I bring this from you from my own shores here in Barbados. President Ruto, you know that Kenya is one of my favorite places, and if I could be there, I would be there. My friends, so many people across the globe are now imperiled and impacted by the climate crisis and the interconnected impacts that take place, such as pollution and deforestation. The world has discussed and debated all of this. But the fact is that for too long, we have done far too little. And as I said in Paris, we're not moving at the pace or with the scope that is necessary to tackle the environmental decline if we are to safeguard our people and our planet. The climate crisis affects everybody, but particularly it has devastating consequences, life and death consequences, for the very poorest and most vulnerable. And they come from countries who didn't help cause it. But my friends, we still have a choice. We can continue to talk amongst each other, seeking perfection or even casting blame, while the world literally burns. Or we can choose to transform our future. We can choose to shape it. To do so, we've said all along, we need to take action now, and at the pace and the scope that matters. And why with such urgency? We now live in a world of superlatives. I call it the season of superlatives, the hottest, the rainiest, the warmest. Everything is breaking new barriers and new records for the Guinness Book of World Records. And yet every day we continue to do nothing or enough as we see the impacts of the climate crisis. We need to stop talking and we need to do. The Bridgetown Initiative is an action plan that we've identified to make the world a better place, only because we live in a world where capitalism and money dominate so much that unless we unlock the financing mechanisms, we're not going to be able to take the necessary action at scale and with speed. At its core, the Bridgetown Initiative sets out how we can rebuild the international financial architecture to be fit for purpose, so that countries like ours and yours are no longer disadvantaged by systems that were not built with us in mind when they were established. Now is the time to do what needs to be done. There's no other word. N-O-W, a simple three-letter word, now. We are at the crossroads for humanity. And this my friends, is a time when political will, matched by the recognition of our reality, will make all the difference in the world. I know that many of us recognize this who are there today at this Africa Summit. Your countries and your people continue, like mine and ours in the Caribbean and across SIDS, to face the brutal effects of this climate crisis. And we also face, of course, that climate financing gap that is limiting your ability to respond effectively. This cannot and this should not be. Brothers and sisters, I say to you today that it is up to everyone to do all they can to ensure the continued health of our nations. We must work together from the African continent to the Caribbean. Understanding nature and the climate crisis does not respect the boundaries which man holds fast to as borders. Indeed, I say now it doesn't matter because we're seeing it in the north, in the east, the west, and the south. We must stand up for what is right. We must share a sense of responsibility to our environment and indeed to the loss of biodiversity on land and in our oceans. We must share a sense of responsibility to each and every generation. We, my friends, are capable of achieving common goals, but we can only do so when we share that sense of responsibility to one another. We must be our brothers and sisters' keepers, and we must look to treat others as we would wish to be treated. If we apply these simple precepts that our children live by daily, then I believe that we can begin to see success. I trust that the science will continue to be all at the center of all that we do, and I trust, therefore, that that ability to link science with finance, with public policy action, can make the difference to ordinary people in Nairobi, ordinary people in Bridgetown, ordinary people wherever they are found on this planet. Thank you, and I wish you all the very best.
Thank you very much, my sister Motley, wherever you are, and for your very kind comments. Let me now take this opportunity to ask the Deputy Prime Minister from Somalia, Mr. Jama, to make your statement, and I request my brother to make it brief. Thank you. Thank you for understanding.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow leaders from Africa and around the world. On behalf of the President of Somalia, Dr. Hassan Sheikh Mohamud, and the people of Somalia, I would like to express our heartfelt thanks to the President of Kenya for convening this very timely inaugural African Climate Summit. Ladies and gentlemen, across the African continent, from the southern tip to the northern edge of the Sahara, from the Sahel to the Horn, the impact of climate change manifests itself in some very similar, cyclical, and destructive patterns. And it's this common threat that brings us all together to form a unified voice championed by President Ruto. Ladies and gentlemen, Somalia, located in the Horn of Africa, is acutely aware of the profound weight of climate change vulnerabilities. Rising temperatures are very common in Somalia, and the predictions state that by 2040, 2060, the temperature will increase by 1 to 1.7 degrees Celsius. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to highlight a set of variables that interact together and render the African states extremely vulnerable and their communities. The era of climate change has become synonymous with the nexus of food insecurity, forced migration, and displacement, coupled with conflict. It has been widely stated here today that over 150 million Africans are subject to food insecurity and hunger. Around 60 million of those are in the Eastern Africa and the Horn region, and 5 million in Somalia. Since much of the African countries are not industrial states, climate change impact affects us at our most vulnerable places. In places like Somalia, pastoral communities and agrarian communities are the most hard hit. So today's very proud livestock herder or a farmer could overnight find themselves in an IDP camp outside the big cities, becoming another added number to climate change vulnerabilities. I would like to allude to an element of combating climate change that has not been widely discussed in this plenary today, and that is our coastlines and the blue economy that President Gailey spoke about. Somalia has the longest coastline in the mainland continent, but overall in Africa, our blue economy is underperforming, and rising water levels, extinction of coral reefs and mangroves, and biodiversity is an imminent threat. For the ocean gives us more than 50% of the oxygen that we consume. Ladies and gentlemen, Somalia annually loses a revenue worth of 300 million to illegal fishing. And I think investment in the sector will allow us to enhance our potential to cope with climate change. Ladies and gentlemen, the final question I would like to raise is how well are the African states and societies situated to combat climate change? I think that point has been very well articulated by the previous speakers. The African states have a unique set of challenges that puts them in a precarious situation. Limited fiscal space, changing global markets and volatility, lack of access to finance at a reasonable rate, all these elements compounded, and the climate change divert the African states from investing in development and sustainable development goals, and on a regular basis focus on humanitarian interventions. Such an approach should be abandoned, and we must look for more meaningful engagement. Ladies and gentlemen, when droughts hit California, you do not see the death of people. But when droughts hit the Horn of Africa, you see both the death of people and the loss of livestock. So climate change affects Africa in some very profound and immediate ways. Finally, I fundamentally want to agree with the argument put forth by President Ruto that Africa should be and ought to be part of the solution to combat climate change. We have a very young, vibrant population. More than 70% of our population is young. We have 60% of the world's potential in terms of renewable energy. We have the greatest potential for agriculture and livestock. And instead of the world feeding us, Africa has the potential to feed the world. But for that to happen, there needs to be justice and reform in the global financial institution. If we cannot access finances at a reasonable rate, a rate equal to others, then for us, bringing about a transformation would be an elusive goal. I'll give you the final example of where Somalia stands today. We are fighting a war against Al-Shabaab, Mr. President. That's why our president could not be here. He is in the front lines. We are finalizing a debt relief HIPC initiative that took us almost a decade, serious fiscal limitations. After we complete the fight against Al-Shabaab and we finish our debt relief program, we will find ourselves in a very interesting situation. Do we go for concessional loans to invest in infrastructure, in human capital, in sustainable development goals, or do we deal with the droughts? We almost averted a famine a year ago. Ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, in the last 30 years, Somalia has experienced 18 droughts, 2 famines, an equal number of floods. In order for us to develop the resilience and the mechanisms to cope with those things and empower our resilient citizens, we ask for international financial institutions to be reformed adaptation programs to be increased, and Africans should have a common voice so that we can take it to the next scope. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. And I want to confirm as a neighbor the whereabouts of the President of Somalia and give him our regards. Let me take this opportunity. The President of Nigeria passed by and did request me to give a chance, a very brief moment, Minister, 2 minutes. Isaac Adenkule, the Minister of State for Environment from Nigeria. If he is in the house, you have the floor. And, oh yeah, thank you. Minister, please make it brief.
Thank you, Your Excellency. I am here to deliver the Nigerian statement on behalf of my President, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is unable to be here because he has to be in New Delhi, India, to be part of the summit of G20 leaders. Your Excellencies, President of the African Union, my brother, the President of Kenya, fellow African presidents, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Excellencies, speaking on behalf of Nigeria, I extend my heartfelt congratulations for the landmark occasion that marks the inaugural AU African Summit. This event, as well as our recent efforts and advocacy on the topic of climate change, boldly demonstrates to the global community that Africa is rising to the challenge and taking decisive steps to deliver a sustainable economic future for our people. The African Climate Summit occurs at a pivotal juncture, offering us an exclusive stage to spotlight our priorities, solutions, and needs regarding climate action to the global community. As a continent, it is critical that climate action spurs socio-economic development for us. We know that with robust planning and increased investment in the region, this is achievable. Africa is already bearing the brunt of a climate crisis that it did not cause. But our continent, with our significant renewable energy resources, critical minerals, vast carbon sink, and growing population, can be a strong solution center. Distinguished participants, in Nigeria, we have articulated our unchanging position to advance climate action without jeopardizing economic development. We designed an ambitious energy transition plan to achieve universal access to energy by 2030 and net zero emission by 2060, while prioritizing industrialization, job creation, and economic growth. Significantly, our plan helps to crystallize the scale of resources needed to deliver climate targets, so that by the current financial flows will not suffice. Nigeria's energy transition plan requires 1.9 trillion in spending up to 2060, including 410 billion above business as usual spending. This is additional financing requirement translates to about 10 billion per annum, but average international financing flows to Nigeria for clean energy have been about 655 million per year over the last decades. Similarly, the unconditional target in our nationally determined contributions requires $7.7 billion in investment annually. In 2019-2020, all sub-Saharan Africa received barely approximately 20 billion USD in climate finance. Annual climate finance flows to Africa are currently just 11% of what we require, so more investment have to come to the continent. For us in Nigeria, we are presently establishing partnership with both public and private sector players, driving innovative policy changes, advancing renewable energy projects, including on-grid solar and electric vehicle development, and exploring innovative financing mechanisms like carbon trading to lay the foundation for an all-encompassing transition. I recently made public the key focus of my government captured as an 8-point agenda. Climate action and environmental sustainability is central to achieving 4 of those agendas, which are food security, poverty eradication, sustainable job creation, and security. We recognize that just energy transition partnerships are emerging as an important source of capital for climate-sensitive energy efforts in developing regions, and Nigeria wants to be considered for one. My team is currently working on a proposal to the G7 for the JET-P for Nigeria. It is encouraging that South Africa and Senegal have secured JET-Ps, but they must be scaled up across Africa in addition to other strategic financing opportunities. This summit is essential for highlighting such requests, sharing ongoing efforts, and establishing inter-country collaboration. Mr. President, I assure you and fellow leaders of Nigerian unwavering support as we embark on this journey to clearly communicate Africa's position on climate action and expedite an equitable, sustainable future for all of us. God bless Africa.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. I will extend another 2 minutes to my brother Ban Ki-moon, if he is still in the house. If he is not, then I will request the Honorable Huang Rungui from China, the Minister for Ecology. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
OK， 尊敬的鲁托总统，尊敬的阿苏马尼总统。
His Excellency Asli Assoumani, President of Comoros, Ministers, Heads of States, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all. I am very honored on behalf of the Chinese government to be invited to join the Africa Climate Summit to discuss with African leaders, friends, and colleagues on climate change and sustainable development. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the government of Kenya and President Ruto Williams to successfully convene this summit. I would like to also thank President Ruto to invite the Chinese government to attend this event. Since the beginning of this year, extreme weather events have occurred frequently around the world. Forest fires in Canada, heat waves and floods in many parts of China, and floods and mudslides in Malawi, among other African states, have caused serious loss of life and property, as well as ecological crisis. Climate change is a global challenge that can only be effectively addressed through solidarity and cooperation. The UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement are hard-won gains, which reflect the greatest global consensus. We should always adhere to the principles of common but differentiated responsibilities, equity, and respective capabilities, so as to build a solid political foundation for global climate cooperation. Africa is one of the regions in the world most vulnerable to climate change, which also plays an important role in the climate governance and actions. Faced with the multiple challenges of development, poverty reduction, and climate change, African countries have taken vigorous actions in adaptation and mitigation, and have made great efforts to realize the goals of the Paris Agreement. China, as the largest developing country with over 1.4 billion population, can totally relate to what Africa is experiencing in face of all the challenges. President Xi Jinping has pointed out that addressing climate change is not something that others want us to do, but something we must do. China has set the goal of carbon peaking by 2030 and carbon neutrality by 2060 as our NDC. China has taken vigorous actions which have led to positive progress. In this regard, China has become an active player to respond to climate change. Over the last decade, China has supported economic growth of over 6% per year, with only an average annual growth of 3% in energy consumption. Thus, the installed capacity of renewables in China is up to over 1.3 billion kilowatts. And China has brought down the global cost of renewables, contributing significantly to the global response to climate change and emission reduction. China has launched a national carbon market covering 4.5 billion tons of emissions per year. We also produced over half of the global e-mobility vehicles. We have afforested an area of 1.02 billion mu, equivalent to 6.8 million hectares, contributing to a quarter of the world's new forested area. China and Africa has been very effective in climate cooperation in the past 1 decade. We have assisted Africa's low-carbon and climate change adaptation demonstration zones, supported its clean energy infrastructure and smart agriculture, and helped enhance disaster prevention and mitigation in Africa, and also facilitated the implementation of the Great Green Wall program in Africa. In late 2021, China and Africa jointly issued the Declaration on China-Africa Cooperation on Combating Climate Change. As of August 2023, China has signed MOUs with 15 African countries on climate cooperation. I want to take this opportunity to announce that in order to implement this declaration, China plans to launch the program Africa Solar Belt under the South-South Cooperation on Climate Change to assist relevant African countries in developing and utilizing solar energy, address power shortage, and transition to green and low-carbon development. Development is the way to enable people to live a better life, a top priority for developing countries. Recently, President Xi Jinping has launched new initiatives such as the Support for Africa's Industrialization Initiative and China's plan for the modernization of African agriculture. We are ready to work with African countries to deepen cooperation in climate actions and sustainable development, and to join hands in promoting green, low-carbon modernization. Meanwhile, we also call on developed countries to proactively shoulder their historical responsibility and fulfill their commitment to provide developing countries with at least $100 billion every year in climate finance. As President of CBD COP15, I would like to also call for your attention to the intrinsic linkage between biodiversity and climate change. I have heard a lot of remarks just now which have mentioned the rich biodiversity and forest resources in China. In Africa, containing huge carbon sink. China would like to work with the international community to fully implement the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework and to create harmony between man and nature. Finally, I wish this meeting framework and to create harmony between man and nature. Finally, I wish this meeting every success. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let me now take this opportunity for another 2 minutes to ask my brother Achin Steiner, the UN Undersecretary responsible for UNDP, to make some brief remarks. That is another Kenyan from a place called Nakuru.
Asante sana, Mr. President, Chairperson of the African Union Commission, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. A great deal has been said this morning, but I'm still inspired, if I may say so, by your speech this morning, Mr. President. And with that, I take a license for a moment to take you back to a year in Kenya's history when you were 15 and I just a little bit older. It was the year that in Olkaria in Hell's Gate National Park, the first geothermal unit was installed. I mention this because the journey of Kenya in so many ways represents, when it comes to the energy sector, to leadership, to transition, to many of the things that you spoke about this morning, reflects what happens when people do not take the answer, it's not possible, it's not doable, it's too expensive, too seriously. Hell's Gate National Park is only about an hour outside Nairobi. Kenyans know it well. Visitors, please visit it, because it is today one of the most remarkable places, the backbone of Kenya's electricity generating economy. That first Mitsubishi turbine installed in 1981 was installed against a great deal of skepticism. I learned about this history during the years that I spent here. It took many pioneers to envisage it. Today, Mr. President, I believe that Olkaria, with its various generating turbines, generates almost 1,000 megawatts of electricity. And ladies and gentlemen, you are in a country that may very well become the first country in modern history to actually generate its entire electricity supply with clean energy sources. Kenya today is a country that has passed the 92% mark, and it is no longer alone. In fact, Mr. President, there is another country in South America I visited and I did not know. Uruguay, today, well over 90% of its electricity supply with renewables. This is not to say that every country can follow the same path, but what we do in UNDP, and why I'm so proud to be here together with my Secretary General and so many of the partners that are today invested in precisely the kind of vision that you have laid out for Africa, is that we can be partners. We have listened, we have learned together, and today, as UNDP, 36 countries on the African continent have invited UNDP to help them undertake integrated national financing frameworks to address this continuously frustrating reality that this continent is asked to borrow for things that it was neither responsible for nor it can afford to borrow in this world of today. That is why looking at finance with the kind of lens that you have both spoken to this morning is so important. Secondly, also pioneering projects such as solar mini-grids, another major enterprise of UNDP. For the first time in history, we are supporting 21 African countries to try and connect over the next few years 260 million people to electricity supplies. a $65 billion investment opportunity, but it needs hard work, both to prepare the ground, to find the investors, and to then roll it out. And finally, Mr. President, let me just commit to you, in the presence of so many leaders from across the continent, the United Nations Development Programme, as part of the United Nations family, as you heard from the Secretary General this morning, is deeply committed to Africa's future transitions, coming out of the reality of today, but investing every day across the continent. I'm proud to today lead an organization within our UN development system that is literally present in every African country on this continent. We are invested in terms of your nationally determined contributions. We are invested in your energy transition just as deeply as we're invested in poverty eradication and ultimately a future for Africa that you spoke so eloquently this morning. Thank you so much for the privilege of addressing you today, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Steiner. I guess everybody, when they get a chance, they speak about their village. The Olkaria, where Steiner has very passionately talked about, is in his county of Nakuru. Thank you very much. Now, let me give another 2 minutes. Finally, this is the final one, to Bill Gates on video for 2 minutes, and then we will move the program to the next stage.
Hello. I want to thank President Ruto for convening this event and prioritizing this important work. I started work on climate change over 2 decades ago after I left my full-time work at Microsoft. And I was focusing on fighting poverty and fighting diseases. When I visited Africa, I saw 2 things. First was how climate is already affecting agricultural output, although they've contributed almost nothing to these greenhouse gas emissions because they're dependent on farming, they're near the equator, they're already experiencing more damages than other countries. But I also saw the energy shortage, and we need Africa to have lots and lots of energy to develop their economies. It's fantastic that the African researchers and companies are now thinking about how they can reduce their emissions and continue to grow their economies. Breakthrough Energy is the organization I created to help with climate mitigation. The goal is to innovate, to make the cost of being clean far, far less. And that means we can reduce the emissions and avoid this temperature increase that has such a negative impact. Late last year, I was in a farm in eastern Kenya, and they were experiencing drought. And so I talked through with Mary, who was the farmer, how the new seeds and new approaches were helping her. She had drought-tolerant seeds that made a very big difference. She also had chickens that were bred so they could be more heat tolerant. And because of those new tools that were empowering her, she was expecting to do well despite the tough climate challenge that she faces. And so this is just one example, but by helping with better tools, allowing farmers like her, who are very innovative, to do new things, we can minimize these damages. I've seen there's African researchers work on innovations in fertilizer, making sure these new crops fit their ecosystems and getting those seeds out, getting them approved, and making sure they're low cost. So we do need to invest, whether it's in the innovation or the deployment, getting resources against those, including the promised support from rich countries, will be very, very important. The global goal on adaptation, which will be finalized at COP, should lead to more investment to help Africa deal with these challenges. And so we need partnerships. We need government, philanthropists, businesses to come together to focus on climate adaptation. Yes, we need mitigation, but adaptation doesn't get the energy it deserves. And so I'm excited that you've come together. I'm excited to work with all of you to solve this problem. So thank you for your efforts.
Investments that are being made currently by the African governments to adapt to climate change with their own meager resources. And think about the disruptions. I'm coming to your question.
So, ladies and gentlemen, as we now wait, we're going to take a very short interlude of music. And at this point, can we all just stand up and stretch a little bit? Just stand up wherever you are and see whether we can stretch. I'm sure some of us have been sitting for long, long periods of time. So the next part we're coming to is the new global climate finance architecture. This is the centerpiece and a part that we've been waiting for all this time. And therefore, thank you so much for your patience. You can sit down now. You can take your seats. I just wanted you to stand up and stretch for a little bit. And this is definitely going to be one of the highlights of this whole conference. So we request that we just remain patient. And this is where we are heading from here. So I request that we have a short interlude of music just to get us ready for the next session. As mentioned, it's a new global climate finance architecture that is coming up right here. So for now, let's have the interlude of music as we get ourselves ready.
First and foremost, you need clear policy actions from African governments.
Once you've stretched enough, you may take your seats.
Africa, rise, rise, let us all rise, rise, Africa, rise, rise, PEMC. Let us all rise, rise, we are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. We are part of the solution. You are part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. We are part of the solution. From north, south, east to the west, the beauty of Africa flows. We have all it takes to change the climate story and show ourselves in all our splendor and glory. Yeah. Let's come together now to bring down all barriers for a greater tomorrow. So Africa, arise. Let us all arise. Start to be counted. Arise. Let us all arise. We are part of the solution. Part of the solution. We are part of the solution. You are part of the solution. We are part of the solution. I am part of the solution. We are part of the solution. You are part of the solution. Africa, Afrika yangu. Wakati wetu wa kusimama umewadia. Kwa pamoja tutafute za kuzuia mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. To secure the future of humanity, solutions made in Africa. To speak with one voice, to save the world. Africa, rise, rise, Papa Zuka. Let us all rise, rise, Papa Zuka. Africa, rise, rise, Papa Zuka. yoko. Akenyi kini hakongo yoko. Epoto gibe yoko. Anyu de buyeri yoko. Epoto gibe yoko. Anyu de henabe yoko. Epoto gibe yoko. Akitinge gibe yoko. Epoto gibe yoko. Anyu de gitenge yoko. Epoto gibe yoko. Akibukungi yoko. Epoto gibe yoko. Anyu de yoko tela. Epoto gibe yoko. Akenyi kini Kenya, Akoko yoko kaja kwanya emena etau. Kenya, Akoko yoko kaja kwanya emena etau. Kenya, Akoko yoko kaja kwanya emena etau. Kenya, Akoko yoko kaja kwanya emena etau.
PPMC Production.
Supal ke redlang ninya ke yetal kumbo. Supal ke redlang ado marai ke kumbo. Serel ke redlang mabe murdai shongo bang. Serel ke redlang tu mesiri yongo bang. Supal ke redlang sidai ninya titile. 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 Apujitopia kahop, ani buni yo Kenya ki jo poroko choki boy ginoria, erara na kajo kakaneya, yang Italia, ya Lucania, ya Ton, ya Modi, ya Kodogan, ya
Professor Benedict Orama. Professor Benedict Orama, if you're in the room, kindly, if we can just have a word behind the tent, as we say it in Kenya. Professor Benedict Orama, kindly, if you're in the room, would like to have a word with you very quickly. Music can carry on.
Kenya, Akoko yoko kaja kwanya emena etau. Kenya, Akoko yoko kaja kwanya emena etau. Kenya, sobai ke redlang sidai ninya titile. Kenya, sobai ke redlang sidai ninya titile.
Baita ngare. Ngare akwarome ngare. Nana kyono ngare. Ngare akwachona ngare. Ngare bukotu kwa. Kawezia na uliagi kajike ya kiama mendo le toro dio tuko twa mama. Na kene kione kwa. Ngare ngare no boya genga iye waya. Genga iye waya. Genga iye waya. Kiangerare gatengare. Na kiandira ngare. Na na watero ngare. Ngare bukotu kwa. Kawezia na uliagi kajike ya kiama mendo le toro dio tuko twa mama. Na kene kione kwa. Ngare ngare no boya genga iye waya. Genga iye waya. Genga iye waya. Genga iye waya. Genga iye waya.
Maria yo gendo gora ugaro eredio yebyo ejare mojuangunga Eradina Kenya Maria gendo gora ugaro eredio yebyo ejare mojuangunga Eradina gendo gora ugaro eredio yebyo ejare mojuangunga Eradina Kenya Maria gendo gora ugaro eredio yebyo ejare mojuangunga
joma beyo, joma chungile, kitiyo mate kendo gigero pinywa, anapuoyo anapako anahera chiel ma wan go e dala waka, joma beyo, joma chungile, kitiyo mate kendo gigero pinywa, anapuoyo anapako jodala.
Naipenda Kenya yangu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Twakaribisha kwetu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Oh, nchi yenye baraka,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
najivunia utulivu kweli twafurahia omorembe twanyogokera buya mono chisokoro chaito obosibore twabotengera
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Naipenda Kenya yangu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Twakaribisha kwetu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Oh, nchi yenye baraka,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Utangamano wetu wafurahisha, umoja wetu sote wapendeza. Kenya ni yako, ni yangu, urithi wa mababu. Daima tudumishe amani, upendo na umoja. Kenya ni yako, ni yangu, urithi wa mababu. Daima tudumishe amani, upendo na umoja.
Hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
naipenda Kenya yangu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
twakaribisha kwetu,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
oh, nchi yenye baraka,
hakuna matata, hakuna matata.
Mi mzalendo nitaijenga Kenya yangu, niendapo Kenya ni mama yangu, liwe liwalo hapa nyumbani kwangu, kote kote ubora tueneze, vile vile pia tuwajibike, wananchi sote tumakinike. Tungane tudumishe amani, Wakenya tuishi kwa umoja, ni nguzo yetu si wazalendo.
Hii ni moto watu wangu. Ale, 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 ale. Ale cheza, Wakenya tucheze pamoja. Ale cheza, Wakenya tucheze pamoja. Ale cheza, Wakenya tucheze pamoja. Danser, 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 danser. Danser, 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 danser. Danser, danser, danser,
Production.
Tora egeni kyali moigori tukubuna lero abageni baitu bongo bolinga yamule watera bubono minto turatenga baitu mwana minto twende etwani yabugire etwani yabugire etwani yabugire etwani yabugire etwani enze yaito yabugire ge koranju bwenda nyama no morembe yabugire ge koranju bugambye buya no bolembe yabugire ge koranju bugambye buya no bolembe twanye ito ya Kenya ngaingo tanji ko yerora baba aya bano nane to irani ya kabere tata Tete ko amatera maya yo kokokya Tagare abana magana takite ko badebia manzu Gaitu gata twende Aye baba tigato tere Aye baba tigato tere Enze yaitu ni omorembe Enze yaitu ni omorembe Wanjani no bomo boto konye Wanjani no bomo boto konye Abakenya rindi tenenato denge Abakenya rindi tenenato denge Abandu twenzi tenenato denge Abandu twenzi tenenato denge Denga dengie Kenya ya ito Eyo mwando O kanjani Amono morembe Mindo to jamo
Umoja wetu wa kitaifa ndiyo nguzo ya nchi yetu. Tukiungana sote pamoja, tutaijenga Kenya yetu.
Siku ya pili ya kongamano hili almaarufu kabisa kama the African Climate Summit, kongamano ambalo linahusu mabadiliko ya tabia nchi barani Afrika. Tangu asubuhi, mtazamaji, tumeweza kushuhudia mambo mengi ambayo yameweza kufanyika hii leo. Tumeweza kuwa na makubaliano ambayo yaliweza kuafikiwa mida ya mchana, ambapo tuliweza kuona baadhi ya viongozi wakikubaliana kuwa ifikiapo mwaka 2030 nchi zote zinafaa kuwa angalau zimeanza kutumia kawi safi ili kupunguza athari za mabadiliko ya tabia nchi. Mtazamaji, vile vile tumeweza kuona baadhi ya marais ambao waliweza kuhudhuria ama wameweza kuhudhuria kongamano hili wakiweza kuongea tu, wakichangia katika mijadala ambayo imekuwa kwa siku ya leo, na vile vile wakiweza kuhutubia wajumbe ambao wameweza kufika katika kongamano hili la kihistoria ambalo ni la kwanza kabisa barani Afrika. Baadhi ya viongozi ama marais ambao waliweza kuhudhuria kongamano hili wameweza kugusia mambo kadha wa kadha, hasa mambo ambayo yanaangazia kuleta suluhu katika athari ambazo zinakumba bara hili la Afrika. Kikubwa, mtazamaji, ni kuwa Afrika ni mwamko mpya kwa bara hili la Afrika. Tumeweza kuona baadhi ya marais wakiweza kuongelelea umuhimu wa kukuza maendeleo katika bara hili kwa kuzingatia rasilimali za bara hili la Afrika. Wengi wameweza kusema kuwa bara hili lina rasilimali nyingi sana, kutoka kwa madini ambayo yapo katika bara hili, misitu, na vile vile watu ambao wanaweza kufanya kazi katika rasilimali hizi ama kutumia rasilimali hizi. Mtazamaji, kwa sasa na kuregesha tena kwenye kongamano hili tuweze kufuatilia mijadala ambayo inaendelea kufikia sasa.
And catch up with some people, but I'd like you please to take your seats as we commence this very important part of the next program. It's the core, really, of this entire summit. Thank you. Please sit down. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, funding climate action in Africa is really going to require a reform of the global financial architecture. Africa has submitted its reform proposals, highlighting the link between global financial inequities and insufficient finance for development and climate needs. We want to talk a little bit about what exactly these proposals are. What do we want? Why have they not received the kind of attention that we believe they need to receive? And how can Africa speak with one voice in championing this critical agenda? So, ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors for the African Export-Import Bank, Professor Benedict Orama.
Our distinguished convener, dear brother, His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, the Chairperson of the African Union, Excellency, Heads of State, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking the government and people of Kenya under the leadership of His Excellency President William Ruto for the wisdom of hosting this very important event and granting me the honor of moderating this high-level panel. The key message of the 2015 Paris Climate Accord was that no country should have to choose between fighting poverty and fighting for the planet. The Paris Summit identified a critical role finance will play in ensuring this. Extensive commitments on climate financing were made there. 8 years since Paris, Africa and many developing countries have no resources to fight neither poverty nor the climate challenges that we face every day. The problem, though, hasn't been a deficit of ideas and suggestions, but rather the lack of action on the part of almost all stakeholders. Whether it is the pledge of G7 leaders to commit $100 billion climate finance, or the Bristol Initiative calling for international lenders and multilateral development banks to become more adaptive and innovative in structuring loans and debt servicing for countries affected by climate disasters, or caused by developing economies for the reform of the G20 Common Framework to give voice to the global South. The challenge remains the difficulty of moving from words to action. It is estimated that Africa will require about $200 billion per annum to achieve SDGs by 2030. Another $160 billion will be required for African countries to pursue loss and damage mitigation and adaptation, implying a combined annual cost of pursuing a climate-efficient development of over $350 billion. When you add the money needed for infrastructure of over $100 billion, you can begin to imagine the level of financing that is required. And the question had always been, who will bear the cut? Who will fund the gargantuan cost? We find ourselves in quite a unique situation today. A situation where the economies that are responsible for the most emissions, in a cumulative and static sense, are also the wealthiest. That scenario makes it easier to apply the principle of burden sharing that recognizes the degree of contributions to emissions and the level of access to resources in the distribution of responsibilities. Therefore, we must call on developed economies and G20 economies in general to honor their commitments to developing nations towards climate finance. Nonetheless, in the absence of firm global action, Africa has not been sitting on its palms, especially because it is the continent that suffers the most from the loss and damage inflicted by climate. It is the continent that needs to adapt to the changes we are beginning to see. So things are being done, even at a very small scale. For instance, Afreximbank and Africa Risk Capacity have jointly created an insurance product that protects African economies from food insecurity that arises from climate disaster risks. Afreximbank finances the premium and provides food import finance and co-guarantee to Africa Risk Capacity, while Africa Risk Capacity fronts the provision of the insurance capacity. Funding at just $1 billion for this product, you will agree with me that this is grossly underfunded. There is therefore a scope for the World Bank, the multilateral development banks in general, capital-rich economies to step in by providing capital to this fund as a way of meeting their loss and damage obligations. A global carbon tax, which His Excellency President Ruto emphasized on today, can also be a major source of funding for the climate insurance program. Money from that can be used to subsidize the insurance that countries may pay to buy this climate disaster insurance. Afreximbank has also launched a $2 billion climate adaptation facility, a product we co-conceived with the government of Kenya under President Ruto. And this product provides facilities that makes it possible for countries to engage in adaptation projects in a way that does not lead to additional sovereign debt, leveraging public-private partnerships. The first transactions will be done here in Kenya, and we expect to replicate those transactions in the Sahel and other parts of the continent. While these are tangible proposals and initiatives, political leadership and collective will are paramount to breaking the course of further development and fighting climate disaster. This high-level panel of key leaders will aim to provide the political guidance needed as we prepare to make an even stronger case at the upcoming COP28 in the United Arab Emirates later this year. I'm sure that our distinguished panelists will bring greater illumination to these issues and more. In this context, it is my singular honor to now welcome our esteemed panelists. Let me begin by inviting our host, His Excellency President William Ruto, to please come up to the podium to take his seat. His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat, Chairperson of the African Union Commission. His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. His Excellency Mustafa Madbouli, Prime Minister of Egypt. Her Excellency Francia Marquez, Vice President of Colombia. His Excellency Dr. Sultan Jebbar, COP28 President and Honorable Minister of the UAE. His Excellency Sigrid Kaag, Deputy Prime Minister of the Netherlands. Sorry, Her Excellency. Thank you again, and on your behalf, let me welcome our panelists once more. Since this morning, we've had quite extensive discussions and presentations on ideas about what to do to make sure that we move from discussion to action, especially with regard to climate finance. So let me begin by asking host, President Ruto, what he should consider to be the key elements of global climate finance architecture that we should all be aiming at, especially when we get to UAE for COP28.
Thank you very much, Professor Orama. As I said this morning, how do we move from potential to opportunity? And how do we turn the opportunities we have into jobs, into investments, and into industrialization, manufacturing, and growth. That's really what we need to do. And front and center is the big elephant. Where is the money going to come from? How are we going to finance our transition from opportunity to growth? In my opinion, there are 3 areas that we need to focus. Number 1, we need to focus on where do we find money or resources or financing, number 1, at scale, and number 2, that is affordable, and number 3, that is accessible. And that is why we have insisted that while we appreciate the contribution of our multilateral development institutions, the current financial architecture to support our progress, what they are doing is good, but it is insufficient because our current challenges are compounded. We're not dealing with a normal situation. We're not dealing with the situation for which these institutions were built. And therefore, it is important for us to realign our sources of financing with the realities of the moment. The moment we need a scale-up of development resources. And that is why we are speaking about scale. At the moment, we need to make sure that these resources are available at rates that are friendly to the investments we want to make. And therefore, in my very honest opinion, the reform of the multilateral development banks will achieve 2 things. And when we talk about reform of multilateral development banks, some of those banks, whether it is IMF or World Bank, we are shareholders. So legitimately, these are our institutions. And therefore, we need to deal with how do we make these institutions of ours much more fit for purpose? How do we make them fit for purpose? So, number 1, we think like we did with COVID, when there was some creativity and innovation that resulted in special drawing rights. We think that there is scope in that window of special drawing rights to meet the challenges that we have of the moment of energy transition. What we would want done differently this time is that the manner in which these resources are allocated should be different, where those who need it most get it, while those who need it least don't have to get a lion's share of what they don't need. That's number 1. Number 2, we believe also creatively and in an innovative manner, there is scope for us to use and leverage the balance sheets of these institutions. And I must do a disclaimer, I am not a financial person, I am a scientist. But I am very confident that we have very intelligent people. We are not short of good economists and analysts and financial people who can imagine that space and tell us what is it that we can do to leverage the balance sheets of these great institutions. And that is what my sister Motley is talking about, the Bridgetown Initiative, How do we raise an extra $500 billion every year, or at least in 5 years, to be able to do what we must do with energy transition? And finally, I think the other option that we need to have a conversation about is carbon tax. This is a very controversial thing, but it is the right thing to have the conversation about. However controversial it may be, I mean, we need to have a conversation about carbon tax. If we are to raise the scale of resources needed for energy transition, we must have a conversation about carbon tax. In fact, the numbers speak to it. The IMF has actually done a lot of work around it, and they have told us it is possible to raise 870 billion shillings from carbon tax. The only problem that IMF is pointing to us is that there is insufficient political will, and there are challenges with political will. Surely, faced with an existential threat to humanity, aren't we able to muster the political will to achieve this? And let me give one more thought around it. The EU Parliament has already considered FTT, the financial transaction tax, as a means of raising resources to deal with climate change. And in fact, they've gone all the way to their parliament. So the idea of a carbon tax is no longer remote. We must have it firmly on the table. And finally, Professor, we are making these suggestions because we are practical. We are dealing with practical situations. As I said this morning, 9 countries have already gone off the cliff. Many are on the way there to debt distress because of high interest rates and because of climate change. Unless we deal with it, and let us not imagine that we are sorted, especially because when we were in Paris, admittedly, there were found ways of dealing with countries that have been already in default. But the question we ask ourselves, do we have to wait until countries have gone to default to sort them out? Isn't it possible for us to sort them out ahead of the cliff? And that is the conversation we are having. And let me conclude by saying that this time round, we're going to be firmly on the table. It doesn't matter how uncomfortable this conversation is. It doesn't matter who we annoy. We are going to be here until we are heard and until the right thing happens.
No, thank you very much. Let me go to Chairperson Musafaki. Chairperson, you just heard what President Ruto said. As we form the views as a continental view, from the African Union's perspective, what should we be expecting? What is the African Union's views and strategy to make sure that all these ideas that we are forming here find their way into implementable actions when the COP28 convenes? Thank you.
Merci, Professeur Orama. J'ai écouté effectivement attentivement le président Ruto.
President Ruto. And I thank him I thank him for his strong advocacy, his leadership, but also and particularly for the concrete proposals that he has put on the table. The situation of Africa is well known. The challenges faced by the continent are known. And the expectations that are nurtured are known. Its important potential also is known. The promises made to Africa are also known. There is a lot of literature on this matter. Now, what should we do? This is the question. First, we have to accept the specific nature of the continent. 600 million Africans don't even have electricity. It is a continent which is under-industrialized, and then is being asked here and now to bring about ecological transition. President Macky Sall earlier was saying that we need to follow the rhythm and peculiarity of this continent. All this can be possible. Transition, yes, it is important, but we need to establish the necessary conditions for it to become possible. Africa is not coming empty-handed. It is a reservoir. So I think we need to think of that, how this important potential may be harnessed for the benefit of its peoples. This is a substantive issue. The promises that have been made, including the reform of international financial institutions, and what we have seen in the past, the structural adjustment programs, which for decades had been applied by the African states. And I recall, I'm talking of Chad, my country, we were asked even that certain agricultural productivity, particularly rice, they should stop production and import rice. It did not work. We have to admit that. It did not work. Then we went to programs of the World Bank, poverty reduction. What is the result? Let's take stock. Some countries are now even poorer. And I do not exclude, and I am not condoning poor governance, and I am not excluding the responsibilities of the states, but the special drawing rights. There was some hope. Out of 650 million, we got only, and I'm really asking whether this was disbursed, 33 million or 33 billion. After a terrible pandemic like COVID, can we really have economic recovery? It is not possible. The Green Fund, we have been told about it. All this within a context of debt servicing, and then the situation of countries that are appreciated, which are some countries that are considered arid. I'm not a pessimist, and by the profession, my training, my nature cannot be pessimist. That is why we expect, and from this important conference, and it is very timely, so that around the table with our partners, with the financial institutions, with international organizations and the member states, since the challenge of climate change does not forgive anybody, does not distinguish between African, American, or Indian. I think we are all in the same boat. Let us make sure that this boat doesn't sink. That is the real problem. I'm not a technical expert to go into the various labyrinth of how to market carbon, etc. and all. I think we cannot be just content with promises. Those that have been promises made have never been fulfilled, have never been honored. Let us ask ourselves the real question, and honestly, whether politically we have decided this time to be serious and to be consistent. And thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I think with the kind of enthusiasm we've seen here, the passion and the commitments shown by our leaders, I believe that Africans have had enough. I think everybody now wants to see action because we've used many years to think and talk about what can be done. Now it is what will be done. With that, let me invite our brother Mo Ibrahim to join the panel. Mo. Yes. No, thank you for joining us. So. And let me ask Prime Minister Madbuli, given the challenges many countries face today, the financing challenges, interest rates, debt overhang, and of course the large financial requirement for meeting the climate finance requirements, at country level and continental level and so on. What would be your suggestion on the best approach? President Afwerki mentioned we should look inwards, we shouldn't look outside. Many said we should look outside. So there are different views. The important thing is we need the money. So from your perspective, what would be the suggestion on how to find the money? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let me start by stating that climate finance is undeniably the central pillar for empowering the delivery of climate goals and nationally determined contribution, or NDCs, in particular for our African continent. In this regard, allow me to summarize Egypt's vision in this respect as follows. First, climate finance constitutes a cornerstone and foundation for the full implementation of national commitments and contribution as outlined by developing countries, and to the transition to a green economy and addressing climate change issues. International agreements, including the UN FCCC and Paris Agreement, clearly established a direct link between the level of financing provided to developing countries to support their efforts and the level of ambition and national actions. And needless to mention that this does not imply any backsliding from exerting maximum efforts nationally to deliver on ambitious commitment and NDCs, but rather underscores that financing should serve as a key driver and enabler to complement national resources with a clear goal of swift and effective implementation. Secondly, it is essential to deal with the staggering funding gap with a realistic approach and build upon current estimates to enable the implementation of the commitment declared by developing countries, which amount to around $5.6 trillion by 2030. The required investment in renewable energy alone is approximately $1 trillion annually. Likewise, the amount of international funding needed to achieve carbon neutrality amounts to about $4 trillion annually. These are the estimates required to implement the scientific recommendation to maintain the 1.5-degree target. Thirdly, this volume of financing underscores the need for a significant overhaul of international financial institutions and multilateral developing banks in alignment with the objective laid out in Sharm el-Sheikh implementation plan. This restructuring should be driven by three core goals: additionality, through increasing climate financing levels without impacting the funding already designated for sustainable development and poverty eradication; accessibility, through facilitating access to climate finance by developing countries without stringent conditions and other obstacles; and right finance instruments, through offering concessional financing instruments and removing, as His Excellency President Ruto mentioned, and removing the unfair and unbalanced rate posed on developing and African countries, including the surcharge imposed by some multilateral development banks. Such a reform should also consider the constraints posed by debt, limited resources for adaptation efforts, the escalating cost of financing due to the interest rate surges, and the collateral requirements to entice global investment. In essence, this approach aims to prevent the deepening of the debt crisis in the developing world and the African continent. Fourthly, there is a need to transform the challenges of debt into an opportunity for innovative financing mechanism. This includes effective mechanism for debt for climate swap, redirecting financing towards developmental and environmental projects, as well as a review of international financial institutions' policies regarding restrictions and fees on loans to developing countries. In this context, we welcome the Bridge Town initiative as a step forward in facilitating financing for developing countries facing the impact of climate change. I would like further highlight Egypt initiatives in partnership with the Economic Commission of Africa on Sustainable Debt Coalition endorsed by African Ministers of Finance, which aim at decreasing the cost of green financing. Those initiatives contribute to the reform of the international financial architecture. We already have the support of more than 22 African countries for the Sustainable Debt Coalition and call for all African countries to join these initiatives. Lastly, it is crucial to explore innovative financing tools, including carbon market and certain fees or taxes on specific activities and economic sectors. But in doing so, and in considering such innovative sources, we need to ensure that they are in line with the international agreements and fully considering its socio-economic implications, particularly on our developing countries. At the same time, ensuring that we are refraining from any unilateral actions that might hinder the competitiveness of our African exports or our ability to attract foreign direct investments. I would like at the end to state that Egypt firmly believes that raising the level of ambition in the new NDCs without a corresponding increase in appropriate financing and a review of current financing mechanism will not contribute to achieving the desired goal, whether in energy transition, emissions reduction, or adaptation. It is imperative that we witness a clear shift in the policies of multilateral financial institutions and development partners in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Excellency, for that. And I think you just sent a message inviting all African countries who have not yet joined the coalition to do so. There are 22 already. I think the invitation is for the rest, 33 countries to consider joining so that you can have one voice in pushing this. So thank you. Let me go to the Deputy Prime Minister, Kag. You've had from African leaders about their expectations, what they want from the discussions that have been ongoing on financing climate. You looking from outside to inside, what is your take on that, on what they've said? What would you suggest, and what do you think the developing economies or developed economies can do to support the initiatives that have been proposed? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for President Ruto for this fantastic initiative. Actually, I don't think there are any sides. There are just different shades of the same coin and different potential affordability and accessibility. But there's one side, and that's the climate action and the urgency. Because we are one humanity, and we will all perish together, some sooner than later, but this is the stark reality. So I think from that vantage point, we've heard a lot also in recent years. We know what success looks like. The big question remains political leadership, political will. And this is where differentiation lies in, because some countries will have to do more and others will have to do less. And some might lie in between. Let me just detail this. We know we need to stand for climate justice, and this needs to be detailed in a more meaningful way so that it makes sense to all, that also general audiences in Western Europe or OECD countries actually figure this out from a relative vantage of an advanced economy. We need to consider equity and urgency. Now, I'm very seized with the notion of opportunity because I think it's very big, it's equally important, and it's the only way we can drive this agenda away from being only an existentialist crisis and to keep people along with this flow. Now, the how, that's the what. The how is straightforward, technical support, but it differs per country. It can be high-level technical support, but it needs to be quick, it needs to be available, and it needs to be affordable. And very often it's still costed by the countries themselves. Here, we need to fix that. Equally so, I think we've lost a lot of time in focusing too much in a lot of agendas on mitigation as opposed to adaptation. We now know both need to happen, but we need to make up for lost time. When it comes to finance, of course, very often the elephant in the room. I've been a Minister for Trade and Aid. I've worked a long time for the UN. The best ideas fall foul of lack of political will, or affordability and finance. The substance most can agree to. Now, on the MDBs, we really think as shareholders and as partners in this endeavor, the reforms, the capital adequacy framework reforms need to happen now. There's an institutional burden of proof and leadership at the MDBs, as well as the IFIs, as well as the shareholders. I think President Ruto said that as well. We're all in this. We own part of it. We need to make this happen. We also see potential in differentiated pricing, in hybrid capital. It's only a pilot, but let's make the pilots work and scale them up. Too much time is lost in talking about pilots that remain standalone pilots. Secondly, private sector. I've heard a lot in recent years on how the private sector is willing, and I'm fully convinced, yet they need very often the right governance framework, they need to know which partnership they are part of, and they need scalable and callable projects where governments, such as mine, can guarantee the risks. The onus should not be on the developing or highly indebted country to also guarantee the risk. This is where I think we sometimes fail to connect the dots. Now, last but not least, governments. We need to really make serious business out of onward lending of the SDRs. We also need to increase the SDRs. We need to provide the additional finance. Now, as a Minister of Finance, of course, my other hat, I'll tell you, this is not a very popular theme. Everybody nods, yes, very important. No, we agree with Mrs. Kaag. But then it's either cost-cutting or it's increase of taxation or other means of financial availability. And this is where domestic audiences suddenly become reticent. This is where political will comes in, to make this a shared agenda for all of us. It's not easy, it can be done. We actually won elections on this ticket in the Netherlands last time round. I don't think we'll do as well this time, but still, it can be done. Innovation, an obvious one. Blended finance mentioned. Green bonds. We were the first AAA rated country that issued green bonds. We can assist other countries, but we also need to find ways for many of the developing countries to issue their own green bonds to also provide for the domestic resource mobilization that needs to happen as part of accountability. The sensitive topic of loss and damage, I look forward to the discussion at the COP28 because I think there's a fair claim that has been put forward. Now the negotiations will see how far we'll go. I think the political symbolism of the discussion is equally important if we talk about equity and a shared agenda. Now last but not least, carbon tax and carbon pricing. Very, very important. Unless you price it, unless you tax it, it often has little meaning. The only way to change behavior, productivity, the way we produce and consume, particularly at the large emitting countries, is if we price it more and we make that part of a global public good. But that's part of a discussion. Last but not least, together with my friend and colleague, Minister of Finance of Indonesia, I co-chair the Global Coalition of Ministers of Finance for Climate Action. So a 1-second pitch, all ministers of finance, if not in the room, join this coalition. Make your budgets work for climate action. This is where the duty and opportunity of care lies. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for the illuminating comments. I see there is no actually night and day between what the African leaders are saying and what you've said. Let me now go to Francia, the Vice President. You're from Colombia, from Meru, and then exported to Colombia. We share the same heritage, and incidentally, the same problems. We understand ourselves, we understand the burden we are carrying, we understand the challenges the climate has posed on us. So looking from where you are inside and listening to our leaders, and also the Prime Minister from Netherlands, what would be your suggestion, especially from your experience in Latin America and the Caribbean? Thank you.
Muchas gracias. In the first place, I must say that Latin America and the Caribbean are experiencing the pressures of powerful economies that want to continue exploiting our natural resources. And this pressure of exploiting our natural resources contribute to increasing the climate crisis. There are very few the governments who are taking up the decarbonized economy, an economy that makes a transition and a transformation in this matter. Obviously, in low-income countries, the vulnerable countries, or the middle-income countries like the Latin American countries, this is a great challenge because we have based our economy on extraction. We have based our economy on carbon, to coal. In my country, we are the first alternative government, and we are creating a change in the laws and also a change of paradigms, in social paradigms, because we have to create awareness that contributing to the exploitation that accumulates capital but does not generate well-being and that destroys the ecosystem is not a path that we accept. In this sense, we want to make a transition, and as I had said before, we have serious problems, serious financial problems, which in some way do not allow us to resolve the challenges of the effects of the climatic crisis. But in the case of Colombia, we have a conflict, a social conflict, an armed conflict, a war which we are experiencing, which contributes to exacerbate this situation of vulnerability in our country. And in this sense, I think that we have an increase of the debts with very high interest rates that do not allow that within our country we can have the necessary resources to invest in these proposals for energy transition and actions for mitigation and adaptation to the climate change. This will not change if we continue with the current financial system, as I have said, which has a colonialist point of view. The financial system, the international financial system that we have today, is one that does not allow justice, social justice, and neither does it allow for climatic justice. In our countries, the basic needs are not satisfied. So, and there are lots of needs. We are one of the countries where there are the most inequalities in the planet. Sometimes we have to not invest socially in drinking water, in health, in electricity and connectivity in order to use these resources from the treasury to pay the external debts, which, as I was telling you, has very high interest rates with respect to countries which do not have the same conditions that we have. In this sense, we have spoken about exchange of debt for climate action with new rules, not the same traditional rules, because this problem, which is not a traditional way of carrying out things, we have to innovate with new actions, new rules. The financial system today does not help us to face the challenges of climate change. It's not a system that was created for us, and it's not a just system for our countries. And in this sense, we have come to present a multilateral agreement because this is already a global crisis that requires a global response. And that means that, as we had done during the pandemic, we can do, or maybe in this multilateral agreement, we can do what was done during the pandemic, to issue special rights that can allow the vulnerable countries and the middle-income countries to generate conditions of flexibility in regard to their debts, and to free resources to invest in our lands, in our communities, in our nations. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to care for this situation. This is a proposal which President Gustavo Petro has presented to the world, and we agree with President Ruto about the need to reform the financial system. The qualifiers of debt increase the crisis, because in a catastrophic situation of our country, the risk rating makes it more difficult to access to credit, which allows us to finance these programs. Therefore, we are in a situation of inequality, and which has some effects that are higher than those of other countries that are in better economic conditions. And this implies that we have to think that Latin America and the Caribbean and Africa should unite with one voice and to present in a very specific way what we have been doing to reform the financial system so that our countries we can access to better conditions of social and climatic justice.
Thank you very much, Vice President Francia, for those comments and insights. Let me now go to Brother Mo. Mo, I will call you a private sector person, a businessman, and a philanthropist. So you straddle all. So you have been campaigning for good governance, campaigning for climate justice, and so on. As we gather here to have a common view, a common position for Africa as we prepare to go to COP28, and having listened to everybody here, from your perspective as a philanthropist, as a businessman, what would you like to add? Or what do you think we should not take with us to the world? Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay. I really have 4 points to make. And the first one really is there is a silver bullet to solve this problem. And we are just like dodging all that to talk about, oh, how we can get more money for climate finance. Just tax carbon. Use the market. You guys in the rich countries taught us about, you invented capitalism, invented market. Why aren't you applying market forces to carbon? Why? And that is the question, because the problem now is that people make promises. Oh, you know, those poor guys in Africa and somewhere else, they have a problem there. Okay, well, we are kind people, you know. We're going to offer them some money. How about $100 billion for climate fight? But then, actually, things are tight. Sorry, we cannot make it this year. Well, in those guys' mind, it's charity. It's charity, and that's a mistake. It should not be charity. This should be an international clear agreement. You break it, you own it. That is the honest answer. Without changing the market dynamic, will not change. Now, every American, man, woman, child, emits 17 tons every year. Every European, 6.5 to 7 tons a year. China, same. Now, the question here, excuse me, who gave you the right to use all this amount of carbon? We are 8 billion people in this planet. Science tells us we cannot emit more than 24 billion tons a year. That's 3 tons per head. 3 tons per head. Who gave the Americans the right to do 17? Who gave the Europeans the right to do 7? Why? You pay for it. If you pay for it, then you change. Then you cannot change behavior unless you pay for it. The only problem is that we have very few statesmen. We have many politicians, very few statesmen. President Juncker, who is the president of the European Union a few years ago, said something very beautiful, actually. He said, you know what? All of us politicians, we know what to do. But we don't know how to get elected if we do it. And that is a problem. That is a problem. We have a lot of politicians who want to be elected, but nothing will happen then. So nothing happens. So we must fight for carbon tax. I love what the Deputy Prime Minister said about that. And the first time I hear a senior European politician say that. Look, soon there's going to be a seat available for the Prime Minister in your country. I hope you get it. Anyway, because that's honorable of you to say that. Those guys are in denial. Who puts all this carbon up there? Who put it up? Own it. You need to own what you break something, you do it. That's the first point. Without carbon tax, everything else is charity. It doesn't work. That's one thing. Second thing, we talk about investment in Africa and green investment. We have been talking about investment in Africa for ages, but nobody invests in Africa. Trickle. Simple reason, it is impossible to invest in Africa. If all this rating agency rate you guys as junk, you are sub-grade investment. Who's going to invest here? Most of the money out there, private money, is in pension funds, insurance companies. By law, they cannot invest here. By law. If I'm running an insurance company and I want to put $1 billion, and a lot of those people are nice people, they want to invest in Africa, but they say, look, if I invest $1 billion, I have to put another $1 billion here as a security, because I'm sorry, but you are sub-grade. You are not investable grade for me. This system is broken. It has to be sorted out. And this rating agency, they all have one office in South Africa, as if South Africa is Africa, 54 countries. They sit in South Africa and pontificate about all of Africa. Again, those guys act as auditors, and guess what? They sell consultancy for African countries about how to improve their grade. Excuse me? This is a clear conflict of interest. You cannot grade people and you go and say, I offer you consultancy how to improve your grade. Excuse me? People go to prison for that. Anyway, so that is something about the rating agency. It has to be sorted out. Then we come to this multinational. I'm amazed about the lack of governance in the World Bank and the IMF. And, I told Ajay and Kristalina the other day, we were all in Paris for a meeting. I said, you guys, if you're running or your banks are listed in any decent stock exchange, you will have been delisted because your governance sucks. Can you have a listed company? Can you have any bank in the world without senior independent directors? Where are the independent directors in the World Bank? None. It's the shareholders who, major shareholders, hug it. Where is the independent directors? Where is the voice of the other countries? Fine. Major shareholders keep 60%, 70% of the shares. Fine. But let some fresh air in the room. Get some independent directors in the room. Otherwise, your governance sucks. You'll be delisted. Something else gross really happening in this institution. Do you know that this is the only banks in the world where the board sits in the headquarters? They sit in the headquarters with their staff. And I asked Ajay, how you run your business? You are the president of this institution, and you have this board and their staff living on top of you, running around, telling the staff what to do, lobbying for their countries, whatever interest. No, don't give loan to this guy. Hey, you must give that. What is this? This is breach of basics of good governance. Do you know how much it costs the World Bank to keep those guys in residence? Every year, it is over $100 million. Do you know that? $100 million to house the board and their staff every year. Excuse me? What is the job of the World Bank? To eradicate poverty? To $100 million every year would have educated 1 million kids in Egypt every year. Why those guys sit there spending 100 million? This is the issue of governance. It has to be addressed. I stop here.
Well, thank you very much for bringing the private sector angle, the market angle to the discussions. But the good thing is that it somehow aligns with the suggestions that have all come here. What I get from that, because it helps me to summarize, is that the carbon tax is an agenda that must be taken from here to COP28. And I also agree with it as a banker, because you are right. You use tax and subsidies to make sure that you direct certain actions where you want them to go. So I think that is one of the things. And there's also a consensus on reforming the international financial architecture. I don't want to call it architecture. The way the international financial system operates. And that's not just a multilateral. You touched on even the rating agencies. People can also talk about how the stock exchanges operate, if you want to extend it to all those. So I think a comprehensive approach to it is important. And as I agree, that the part of the problem is that the negotiations we have is David and Goliath negotiation. Incidentally, the person we should be telling to do more is the Goliath. And the others are the Lilliput, who really should be treated more fairly. But your voice can't rise to that level. But by coming together as Africans, coming together with the Caribbean, Latin America, and having politicians like the Deputy Prime Minister, I think we can start forming a consensus, which started last year in Sharm el-Sheikh. For the first time, loss and damage came on the table. It means some progress is being made. It's a common problem for everybody, and we must make sure we all work together, rich and poor, those who emit and those who don't emit, to make sure we solve it. So thank you. I would now invite, I think, President Ruto to say the last word.
Maybe just three things. I want to agree with the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance that in this debate, there are no sides. We're on the same side. And we need to begin to drive this from the same side, because the risk that we face when this place burns, it will burn with everybody. The emitters and the non-emitters, the people from the south and the people from the north. That is settled. And because of that, we need to listen very carefully to what Mo Ibrahim is saying. We need to listen very carefully to what Mo Ibrahim is saying. Whether it is carbon tax, and then I believe that that conversation is overdue. If we will not be having a conversation about carbon tax in COP27, and not just that conversation, on the mechanism of the how, and with a proper timeline, then we will not have a meaningful conversation. Number two is the conversation around rating agencies. Credit rating agencies are destroying our economies. We have to be honest with them. Their algorithm is faulty. they are not using empirical science. And I'm saying this as a scientist myself. There is a problem, a big problem with creating credit rating agencies. And in some instances, they are conflicted. And there must be a candid conversation about their data, their findings, and whether they are doing the right thing. And finally, is to say, as Africa, we will be putting together the Nairobi Declaration that is going to be candid, bold, and practical for us to carry that conversation into the UN General Assembly and into COP28.
We are all on the same side. If we burn, everyone burns. His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, thank you so much for that conversation, wonderfully hosted by Professor Benedict Orama. Thanks everyone for a great discussion, and to Mo Ibrahim, if you break it, you own it, and reminding us too that there actually is a silver bullet, carbon tax, which His Excellency President Ruto said really has to be on the agenda at COP, regardless of whether it's a David and Goliath negotiation. Today, government leaders have been gathering here to discuss a vision for a greener future. A private sector declaration was signed under the leadership of Equity Group and Dr. James Mwangi, together with international collaborators such as the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, the East African Business Council, and the Africa Business Leaders Coalition of the UN Global Compact, among others. This declaration in support of government is a commitment to combating climate change by the private sector, which acknowledges the importance of coordination between the public and private sectors to achieve the shared goal of climate action for resilience and green growth. Alongside the Nairobi Declaration, this private sector statement will be heard during the upcoming United Nations General Assembly, the World Bank, IMF, Marrakesh meetings, and at COP28 as the private sector voice of Africa, offering its own commitment to responsible solutions related to climate change. I'd like now to introduce Dr. James Mwangi, Group MD and CEO of Equity Group Holdings, for more to discuss on the global finance architecture and the private sector's point of view. Please, everyone, a very warm applause and welcome to Dr. James Mwangi.
Hey, bana ba Kenya namugezenti mulembe lundi waya mumbe kama rumwelezera ko bulayi bwo kubanenda kamatunda ko buru mu Kenya waya mumbe kama rumwelezera ko bulayi bwo kubanenda kamatunda.
Thank you very much for a great day. I commend all of you for your patience. I assure you, Your Excellency, President Ruto, that we have heard you, and we want now to give the multilateral development banks an opportunity to respond. We want to give the global financial experts an opportunity. They have been in the room. They have heard what has been said. And hopefully they can give us their way forward to the issues that has been raised by the African leaders and the private sector. Without much ado, I want to invite Dr. Akiumi Adeshina. If Adeshina, you are present. Quickly, Honorable Silusua, Minister of State for Development, Franconia and International Partnerships. Honorable Babel Kolfa, Parliamentary State Secretary, German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. Alexia Tutor, Assistant Secretary of International Trade and Development, U.S. Secretary, U.S. Treasury. Body Deputy Managing Director, International Monetary Fund. And last but not least, Axel Van, Senior Managing Director, World Bank. Thank you very much for leader being patient this afternoon. It was really great listening to the African leaders on the issues of finance. It's apparent that the big elephant in the room is finance. And it appears that the ball has been pushed to the court of the multilateral development banks and international financial institutions. I seem here to have truly the shareholders, if I may say, of those institutions, the policy decision makers. And we want to give them a chance, maybe to respond to the issues the African leaders are raising, to respond to the issues that the private sector, Mo Ibrahim has articulated, the issues of the private sector. And broadly, if I may summarize so that we have a common understanding of the issues that has been raised, there is the issue of accessibility of finance and speed at which disbursements are made. There is a big issue of affordability, at what cost. His Excellency President Ruto said Africa pays at least 5 times. And the rationale there has been questioned because it's not an African risk. It's a global climate risk that we are talking about. And it has been said, if the world bans, we all ban on it. So it's not a country risk that we are financing. It's a climate risk. So when it comes to that issue, and there is also the question of how much is being availed. And those 3 issues seems to be really at the center of concern of the African leaders. And so we could be able to address ourselves to those issues. But there is also a question of our institutions failing to connect the dots in the way they respond, and particularly to the issue of risk. This issue, and eventually it boils down to the question of equity fairness, justice, and equality in the world. And so it is in that light that we will be responding to the issues that we have. So without much ado, I've been told the IMF Deputy Managing Director may be catching a flight, so I will ask fellow panelists, maybe if we could give him a chance. And the question maybe to Bo Lee is, how can you talk about
Unatazama Mwangaza TV, tumaini lako.
Ni Ruto Mutinda, mimi ndio mwimbaji wa huo wimbo unasema Hot Cool Mama. Ukitaka huo wimbo kuupata kwa rununu yako ama kwa simu yako ya mkono, ninaomba ukabonyeze *811 *42#. Piga kama unapiga simu na huo wimbo utaingia kwa simu yako, hata unisaidie kuhubiri neno. Mungu akubariki sana.
Siku zinavyozidi kusonga ndivyo ploti zinavyoendelea kupungua, lakini Brickman Properties Limited kwa mara ya kwanza wanakuuzia ploti za 50 by 100 upande wa Juja kwa shilingi 450,000 450,000 Kenya shillings only. Brickman Properties Limited wanahakikisha kila ploti ina title deed yake. Ploti hizi zipo upande wa Juja ardhi na zimezingirwa vyema kabisa ili kuhakikisha unatambua ploti yako. Joska pia wanakuuzia ploti za 50 by 100 kwa shilingi 550,000 550,000 Kenya shillings. Upande wa Matu wanakuuzia ploti za 50 by 100 kwa shilingi 160,000 peke yake, 160,000 Kenya shillings only. Site visits ni kila siku na ulipishi chochote kupelekwa kuona ploti hizi. Kumbuka, unaweza lipa ploti hizi kupitia installments. Harakisha zungumza na Brickman Properties Limited kupitia 0746888111 0746888111. Pata ploti, pata title na Brickman Properties Limited. We promise, we deliver.
Unatamani kuwa dereva shupavu? Bas, ndoto yako sasa inaweza timia. Unachohitaji tu ni uwe na umri wa miaka 18 na zaidi. Chuo cha udereva cha Jewel Institute of Advanced Driving sasa wanakutangazia kuwa kufahamu kuendesha gari kumerahisishwa vilivyo. Ukipata wakufunzi wazuri waliohitimu na wenye uadilifu, utajua kuendesha gari kwa muda mchache mno. Jewel Institute of Advanced Driving wanakufunza udereva wa magari aina yote, magari madogo hadi udereva wa malori. Malipo yao ni nafuu zaidi. Jiandikishe leo na bila shaka hautajuta. Jewel Institute of Advanced Driving. Drive with confidence.
Kampuni ya Kemuma Engineering System ni kampuni tajika ya uuzaji wa bidhaa zote za umeme. Kemuma Engineering System pia wanakuuzia bidhaa na vyombo mbalimbali vya usalama kama vile kamera za CCTV aina tofauti tofauti, battery, inverters na fire extinguishers kati ya zingine kwa bei nafuu. Kemuma Engineering Systems pia wanakuwekea ua la umeme kudumisha usalama na vile access control kwenye afisi na biashara. Zaidi ya hayo, wanaweka milango ya remote na huduma zingine nyingi za usalama. Kampuni ya Kemuma Engineering System imekuwa ikitoa huduma kwa wateja kwa zaidi ya miaka 10 nchini na mataifa ya mbali ya Afrika Mashariki na imepokea tuzo kwa huduma bora. Tembelea maduka yetu ya Kemuma Engineering System jijini Nairobi, eneo la Kamae Road kutoka Luthuri Avenue kwenye jumba la Nyandarua House, orofa la pili, room number 204. Pia unaweza kuwatembelea katika tawi la Kema Gaberone Road karibu na mkahawa wa Sagret katika jumba la Pwani Guest House ground floor. Eneo la Kasarani wanapatikana Max Plaza ground floor mkabala na kituo cha polisi cha Kasarani karibu na benki la Family. Kwa maelezo zaidi wasiliana na Kemuma Engineering System kupitia 0721250846 ama 0712828896. Kemuma Engineering Systems, security at its best.
Unatafuta vyombo vya muziki? Naam, usitafute tena. Smart Search Limited ni suluhu lako. Tuna vyombo vya muziki aina zote: power mixers, speaker cables, microphone cables, amplifiers, drum sets, condenser microphones, speakers, keyboards, microphones aina zote, guitars na accessories zingine nyingi. Kwa habari zaidi tupigie simu kupitia 0720046100 au 0739046100. Smart Search Limited, your trusted sound partner.
Chuo cha Jewel Technical College kimeleta utofauti katika elimu ya anuai kwa kuzingatia maadili bora kwenye elimu, huku kikitoa mafunzo yaliyopigwa msasa na kuidhinishwa na halmashauri ya kusimamia elimu TVET. Jewel College tunatoa mafunzo ya upishi, yani hospitality, information technology, electric and electronic engineering pamoja na plumbing, cosmetology ambayo ni pamoja na ususi, kozi ya journalism, biashara pamoja na kozi zingine nyingi. Tunatoa attachment kwa wanafunzi wetu katika viwanda mbalimbali humu nchini. Ubora wa elimu na Mwenyezi Mungu ikiwa ngao kuu ya elimu. Katika chuo cha Jewel, wanafunzi wetu wanafanya bora katika mitihani yao na kufuzu vyema. Jewel College huandaa sherehe maalum ya kufuzu kwa wanafunzi wanaofanya vyema. Mitihani yetu ni ya NEC, NITA, KASNEB, ICDL na pia ICM. Tutembelee katika afisi zetu Rwesambu, barabara kuu ya Thika katika jumba la Jewel Complex, orofa la 6. Unaweza pia kuzungumza nasi kupitia 0701300071 0701 300-071. Jewel Technical College. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom.
Unatazama Mwangaza TV.